Sí. Piensa que estamos en el ambiente y hasta que la peli no tenga el micro en la boca no va a sonar. Hola. Vamos a grabar. Sí, sí, está bien. Se está bien. Entonces no sé si me estás escuchando o no, pero no sé si estáis bien, no sé, va bien, está bien. Pero ya veo un poco más alto, la gente no te va a hablar. El tono normal es así, que no sé si tendrás que subir, estás en un 80. Yo tengo una cosa así. Seré yo. Hola, 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 1, 2, 3. Así es, sí. Vale, vale.
Hola, hola.
Podría pensar hacer el rol. Digo, voy a hacer una foto de la y digo, compañía. Lo que te viene de tiempo, pero te cae el
No es una buena idea. Oye, tío, bueno, lo dice, tío.
Si tú me lo pides, yo te lo doy. Pero además a esta distancia, si no me estoy con el micro en la boca y estoy gritando, estoy hablando. Sí, sí.
¿Luis? Sí, a ver, si lo puedes explicar otra vez porque está tratando con su móvil. Igual es mejor. ¿Luis?
No le oyes.
A ver, Luis, repíteme eso.
Thank you.
sorry for the delay. Can I ask everybody to sit, please, so that we can count how many seats we have available for all the people to wait? Thank you very much.
Hi, we're just sorting the last few people seating out. We'll start in about 5 minutes. I have an announcement about a couple of technical and housekeeping issues on Monday.
Hello, welcome everybody. It's good to see you, so many people here in this fantastic event we have prepared. It's just a couple of practicalities that we need to communicate. It's just for health and safety reasons, you have the emergency exit in this main door and another one in the back. If there is nothing prepared, if the alarm goes off, it would be a real emergency. So just everybody should quietly would go to the main door and the back door. A couple of things is we have so. Ahora en español tenemos las salidas de emergencia que están detrás y en la entrada principal que habéis utilizado. Si hay una alarma suena, no tenemos planificado ni que alarma suene, o sea, si suena sería una alarma real, o sea, os rogaríamos que fueseis con calma salir del edificio. The event is being broadcasted by Radio Podemos. You can look for it in the internet. If you, it should be kind of a translation there. El evento está siendo transmitido en Radio Podemos por internet para quien esté interesado. En principio tendría que haber algo de traducción allí. Para los españoles también estamos intentando montar una aplicación que se llama Sello, Z-E-L-L-O, con la cual a través de smartphones se puede oír la traducción de los speakers en inglés. What else? Yeah, and well, welcome everybody. We have some merchandising here so that they would help us to finance our activities here in London. So feel free to have a look afterwards. And we have a piggy bank also. So again, welcome to you. That's all.
Thanks, Tony. My name's Luke Slover. I blog for The Guardian on Spain and on Catalonia. I do research on the politics of economics of immigration in Catalonia. I'm an editorial board of La Izquierda and I'm an activist here in Podemos, London. And I'll be chairing the meeting today. I'm just going to explain, before we get to hear our great panel of speakers, a little bit about the event and why we're doing it. And firstly, say that we're not just the people that are here in this room listening to this great event, but we've actually got another room in the UCL where other people are following us by streaming, and there's a lot of people in the Spanish state and in Britain who are following us on streaming as well. Actually, this event has had quite a repercussion in Spain, where, for example, the Público newspaper had this event as the third most viral news a couple of weeks ago, which just shows how excited people are about the speakers that are with us today, and the fact that in Britain people are excited about Podemos. Now, so why did we organise this? I'm just going to briefly talk about that. I think the first thing to understand about Podemos, and I'm explaining this for the people who really are new to the subject, is that Podemos is linked to the massive square occupations that we saw a few years ago in 2011 across the Spanish state. And it was very interesting at the time that the establishment, in the media, the politicians, they said to us, why don't you stand in elections if you're indignant or if you're outraged? And we've decided to do that now, and actually they don't tend to throw that one at us these days, because the latest polls have Podemos at, several polls have Podemos at roughly 20% of support, and you know, in the European elections on May 25th, we won 5 MEPs with 1.2 million votes, and this is an organisation that's only existed for several months, which stood in the elections with a shoestring campaign budget. And now we're seeing that the whole of the political debate in the Spanish state, and obviously our speakers will talk about this more in depth, is being dominated by Podemos and attacking Podemos. And ideas that Podemos has put forward, such as the political establishment and the economic powers are a caste, una casta, and they're not the representatives of the people. This is now being discussed everywhere, on the streets, in workplaces, in schools, and on TV. And this is because of the impact of Podemos. And so we're seeing that the casta are also starting to crumble as a result of the impact of Podemos. We've seen in the last few months the application of Juan Carlos as king. We've seen the replacement of the main opposition leader, Rubalcaba, by a guy who's kind of the Ken out of the Barbie and Ken set. A very plastic politician, but because he's young, I think that people are going to fall for the idea that the opposition are renovating and changing. And all the main parties are talking about making institutional reforms to stop corruption and other reasons why people are supporting Podemos and protesting on the street. Now, of course, Podemos is not the only reason why La Casta is crumbling. We've had several years of massive struggles, not just the 15th of May movement. We've had a massive anti-eviction movement in Spain, which has stopped thousands of families from being evicted and has actually won support from about 90% of the Spanish population. We've had the Marcha de la Dignidad, a massive demonstration in Madrid a few months ago involving trade unionists and unemployed people that marched across the country, and they were met by a million Madrileños, people from Madrid. We've had the mareas, the tides, defending public sector provision, defending the schools and hospitals. We've had massive victories by those struggles in Madrid. They've stopped 6 hospitals being privatised through mass action, mass petitioning, etc. And we're also seeing, but the key thing is that Podemos has also played a role in the cracks that are now opening up in the democratic regime in Spain. We've seen how before the elites that control the institutions, they said to us, okay, you can protest, but we represent the will of the people. We're the real government. We really have the mandate. And they blocked any kind of change. They blocked any reforms on evictions. They continued cutting and privatising. And now Podemos is showing that we don't have to put up with that. And people are not just supporting Podemos passively. People are getting actively involved. We've started up 1,000 groups across the Spanish state and abroad. We have one in London, there's other groups in Brussels and Germany and other countries. And ordinary young people mainly, but also some not so young people like myself, are getting involved and actually creating a movement which is incredibly active and incredibly dynamic. We maybe have 100,000 people participating in this project. So, like the 15th of May movement, Podemos is based on mass participation. Like the 15th of May movement, we're very hostile to the political and economic establishment. And like the 15th of May movement, we try and reach out to the 99% by having simple messages, being ambitious, and trying to involve people. And that, I think, has really struck a chord. Now, we have with us today Inigo Errejón, who's one of the strategists for Podemos, and I hope he talks, I'm sure he will talk about the strategy of Podemos, which has been based on a very serious, impressive study of the political context and how we can actually intervene within that. And clearly the strategy has had a massive impact on Podemos' chances. Okay, I'll have to start to wind up. And I think, you know, there is an important thing, though, that we said after we got such a good electoral result on the 25th of May. Pablo Iglesias is probably the most well-known leader of Podemos. The night of the elections, he didn't say, this has been a wonderful victory, we are really happy, even though we got 8.5% of the votes. He said, this is not what we've created Podemos for. We've created Podemos to win. And now the debate is not about whether Podemos, whether we can, that's where Podemos, the word Podemos comes from, that's the translation of Podemos in English. The question now is how we can. Yeah? And so one of the reasons why we organised this meeting today is we thought it would be interesting to involve groups from social movements and left organisations in Britain in that discussion, and to also have a discussion with the Spaniards and other people living here in London. The other reason why we organise this meeting is because we understand that if we're fighting for democratic change, this involves people coming together and being involved in struggle. And we have a circle here in London that doesn't just support Podemos in Spain. We get involved in the protest movements here. We were on the People's Assembly demonstration fighting against austerity. We were on the Palestinian demonstrations. We do this because we understand that it's not just winning democracy. It's not just about having better organisations to vote for in the elections. It's about fighting for democracy in schools, workplaces, and neighbourhoods. It's about supporting democratic demands when the Catalans say they want to be able to vote over whether they become a separate state from Spain or not. We have to support these democratic, the right for people to decide over their future. And we do that by involving people in Podemos. The circles are the key structure in order to make Podemos effective. And so we wanted to bring people together and think about actually getting involved in the circle here. And the last point is we're doing this meeting because we understand that if we want to fight against La Casta, if we want to actually fight against austerity and corruption, we can't just do that in the Spanish state. It has to be a European struggle and it has to be an international struggle. And we know that in Britain at the moment, we're also seeing a growing detachment from official politics. You can see it in the Scottish debates in Scotland at the moment. And when they, suddenly people get a chance to actually vote over something that they think is meaningful, you get 95% of people registered to vote, much higher amount than the amount of people that normally vote. You can see how people are getting active in going out to the neighbourhoods and talking to people about voting for independence. Now, whatever position you have on independence, what that says is that normally the democratic process isn't working. It's not enthusing people, it's not exciting people. And so we know that the kind of things that have led people to support and get involved in Podemos in the Spanish state also exist in Britain. Unfortunately, in England, the party that's taking advantage of people's disillusionment with the casta is UKIP. And they're doing it partly because they're willing people to anti-immigrant ideas, but also because they pretend to be anti-establishment and against the politicians. And so we hope that actually today's meeting might actually be useful in creating a small stepping stone to actually building the kind of movements that can actually give hope to people and end the despair that actually allows organisations like UKIP to start dominating the political debate. I'm going to stop there. I think that's just to kind of put things in a bit of a framework for people who are new to Podemos. I just want to now introduce the programme. And we've got an absolutely incredible list of speakers today. We're going to have, first of all, Christina Flesher, who's going to talk about the ICT's digital media and democratic participation and communication, which is a key tool that Podemos has been using. And then we're going to have Ken Loach, who many of you will already know, and obviously I'll introduce the speakers one by one later. Then we're going to have Tania Gonzalez, who's an MEP for Podemos in Brussels. And then we're going to have a break, and people can have a quick coffee. Then we're going to come back again and listen to Owen Jones and listen to Inigo Errejón talk about the explain exactly the strategy that Podemos has been following. And then after that, we're going to have a debate in which everyone can participate, also the people in the overspill room. And in that debate, we'll have several representatives from different organisations from the UK, but also from other European countries, who we're going to invite to actually ask questions, make comments on what they've heard, but also talk a bit about, very briefly, about who they are and what they're trying to do. Okay, so I think for the time being, is that enough for the moment? Yeah, I think, okay, so I'm going to then introduce our first speaker, Christina, and just to mention that she has a PhD in sociology from the University of California. She's a senior lecturer at the University of Aberdeen and senior Marie Curie Fellow at the National University of Ireland. She's been researching and participating in European social movements since the early 1990s, exploring the dynamics of digital media use, deliberative cultures, and collective identity formation in autonomous movements. Her latest book is Social Movements and Globalisation, How Protest Occupations and Uprisings Are Changing the World. Okay, so I'll hand over to Christina.
I've been thinking a lot about trust lately. As you probably know, declining trust in political parties has been a marked trend across democracies over the past few decades. The day after Podemos won their seats in the European Parliament, I went to dinner with some friends in Madrid. And before I had even sat down in my chair, they asked me, okay, Christina, so who's really behind Podemos? And I said, well, you know, there's Pablo, Iglesias, there's Juan. No. We want to know who's really behind Podemos. And this question, who is behind? Who is behind is one of the central questions in politics. It's the first question that people ask when new political projects are created. And the answer to that question strongly influences whether frightening are the possible uses of the algorithms that are built into Twitter and Facebook, which, as you may know, are closely guarded and protected trade secrets. Zeynep Tufekci recently wrote an article in which she discusses how, by manipulating the algorithms and the data that users see, individual users can be persuaded politically without even knowing that this is happening. And so the implications of this for elections, for example, is really quite terrifying. It's very opaque. So a given party or movement's attempt to establish credibility can be sabotaged or undermined in a whole range of ways. And the interactivity of the internet provides, can also be exploited by elites. Establishing trust isn't the only problem. In this brave new world of digital communication, activists who attempt to expose political corruption or to contest hegemonic narratives face another challenge, which certainly isn't a new challenge, but which has been extended into the digital realm. And this is the issue of criminalization and repression. Not only do government agencies attack and confiscate alternative activist media servers, for example, but now tweets and posts are also subject to fines and even prison sentences. Under Spain's proposed penal code reform, a person who tweets, "Let's tear up the streets tonight at the protest," and then goes to bed and doesn't even go to the protest, could be charged for inciting a public disturbance if someone, anyone, even if they don't know the tweeter from Adam, later decides to destroy property or throw something at the police. What this means is that the person who's tweeting doesn't actually know at the time that they're tweeting whether they're committing a criminal offense or not, which, according to my legal friends at No Somos Delito, violates certain fundamental juridical principles. And the problems of the digital jungle by no means only come from government agencies and corporate hackers and trolls. Anonymous recently had a whole spate of tweets going back and forth around the issue of a single person taking control of a whole bunch of anonymous Twitter accounts, changing the passwords, and then using those accounts to just pursue his own personal political agenda. So for somebody outside Anonymous, it's very, very difficult to know who's doing what, whether those accounts are legitimate anonymous accounts or not, if there is such a thing as a legitimate anonymous account. I don't know if that's an oxymoron. So issues of control of accounts, trolling, and a whole host of other problems have long plagued social movements trying to increase participation online. To the extent that the internet is open, as many anti-democratic voices can make themselves heard as can democratic voices. So what does all this mean for those hoping to harness the power of digital media? I think what it means is that we need to approach the use of digital media and ICTs reflexively and strategically. To that end, I'd like to raise a few additional reflections that I hope might be useful. The first is that we cannot rely solely on digital media to build up trust, legitimacy, and participation, key tasks for any political project. In this regard, I think Podemos has done really well. From the beginning, they've spent a really long time trying to build up face-to-face ties and reach out to the communities that they want, explain, and ask for their support. Just like my friends in the restaurant, a lot of people still want personal contact and verification of legitimacy before they decide to participate. Podemos have also relied on a mix of mediums, crucially mass media, especially television, to reach a wider audience. But they've also relied on very low-tech media, such as flyers, that people can run off and hand out in their neighborhoods. Maintaining this connection with a grassroots movement base, and also using mass media to move beyond this base, are crucial strategies. And of course, they're not unique to Podemos. Social movement groups like Juventud Sin Futuro or Oficina Precaria have also been very, very effective in combining digital campaigns with mass media campaigns and their face-to-face assemblies, which are really the bedrock of their activism. Now, I'm not saying that trust and legitimacy can't be built up online, but this trust often depends on repeated interactions over time, conditions that are rarely reproduced in the sorts of forums or platforms like Reddit that are designed to facilitate mass participation between large numbers of previously disconnected people. The other thing is that participatory digital tools have to be connected to meaningful democratic processes to be effective. For example, any political party, even a very closed hierarchical political party, can use a participatory digital app. But if the actual structure of the party itself isn't transformed, and if there aren't meaningful mechanisms of participation, then these democratic technologies merely serve as window dressing. The second reflection is that technology always comes from somewhere and is designed to serve particular purposes and agendas. Sometimes it's designed to serve our needs and agendas, and sometimes it can be adapted to our needs, but doesn't necessarily serve only our agendas. Now, activists have long questioned the use of corporate-owned social media for progressive politics, not only for ideological reasons, but because of the problems of data protection and autonomy. At the same time, there's absolutely no question that Twitter and Facebook have enabled activists to communicate with a wider audience outside the activist ghetto. I think we should reflect carefully about who is producing these tools and reflect on the differences between tools created by radical geeks who are committed to enhancing participation, circumventing surveillance, and protecting anonymity, for example, and media that's created by corporations, which can come at the cost of anonymity, censorship, data mining, and data manipulation. I'm not saying that we shouldn't use corporate-owned social media, but let's think carefully about the digital tools that we use, the purposes and advantages that they offer us, and whose agenda they're really serving. The third reflection is that even if a technology exists that suits our individual purposes, our intended purposes, and our agenda, it doesn't mean that people will actually use it, or that they will actually use it in a way that's consistent with our goal of facilitating increased democratic participation. Now, one part of using technology is knowing how to use it. And if you're like me, you probably right now have a smartphone or a computer that has all kinds of features on it that you either don't know exist or don't know how to use. So knowledge and expertise is one side of using digital tools effectively. What you may be less aware of is that our use of digital media and ICTs is also very, very much shaped by culture. My own research on digital media use in activist communities, for example, shows that activists in different communities have different digital repertoires. Activists in Spain, for example, like to use Titan pads a lot. These are collaborative document pads. But these are really not used at all in Ireland, for example. Now, obviously, Irish activists are just as digitally savvy and technologically savvy as Spanish activists, so it's not a question of knowledge or expertise. It's just that Titan pads don't form part of Irish digital repertoires in their activist communities. Other researchers have shown or have found that it's very, very difficult to actually get people to use new participatory applications and platforms. And our use of ICT and digital media isn't just shaped by these sorts of national or local cultural differences. Our use of digital media is also very much shaped by cultural patterns in the wider society, such as gender inequalities. For example, males post and participate online much more than women do. Women and non-whites are subject to much more backlash, vitriol, and trolling than are white men. Research shows that activists or progressive communities are not immune to these effects either. So even though in theory digital media is open to all on an equal footing, power relations and cultural patterns shape their actual use. And our emotional experience of participating online also determines whether we will continue to participate online. So this is actually a really, really important aspect. The cultural and emotional aspects of digital use are very important. Another key finding is that even in participatory networks and forums, few people tend to dominate the discussion. So there's a few people who post a lot and everybody else posts very little. There's also this phenomenon where people tend to reply to people they know, but they don't tend to reply to people they don't know. The uneven distribution of digital knowledge is another challenge for participation. Inequalities in time and resources are also an important challenge. So cyber idealism that supposes that the internet is just going to be this bastion of free and equal connectivity and exchange really needs to be tempered with evidence. of the way that inequalities are reproduced and magnified online. Being aware of the factors that inhibit or promote participation will help us make the best use of digital tools. Finally, we need to remember that what digital media offers in theory is not necessarily what it delivers in practice. If you're like me, you've seen those TV ads where blissful people dance down the street with their cell phone in their hand, and they've got a universe of digital content, and they're uploading, and they're downloading, and they're communicating. And then you sit there and you contrast that with your own experience of crappy broadband, dying cell phone, no signal, glitching applications, and you know what I'm talking about, right? The theory and the potential and the reality are not always the same thing. But I think that some theorists and some scholars and even some activist commentators also seduce us away from taking a hard look at how we actually use digital media and the effects and the impacts that it actually has, with a language of free flows of digital communication, right? It's very seductive, all these free flows. It's just, ooh, it's so seamless. So, don't get me wrong. Digital media and ICTs are powerful, powerful tools that have revolutionized activism in the way that we do politics today. And it's inconceivable to think about activism or politics today without thinking of them. But getting the most out of these tools requires being critically reflexive about how we use them. And I hope that I've given you a little food for thought today. I have a lot more I could say, but I'm out of time. There's much more about all of this and much more in my book, Social Movements and Globalization, if you're interested. So I'll leave you just with some last words of advice. Remember, whatever you do, don't feed the trolls. Thank you.
Really, our next speaker almost doesn't bear any introduction at all. I was really, one of the things that made me an activist back in the late 90s was watching a film called Land and Freedom, Tierra y Libertad, about the Spanish Civil War. And I'd recommend everybody in this room and everyone who's following us at home to watch that film. It's one of the best political films I think made. Ken Loach has made lots of other amazing films. Bread and Roses about how immigrants get organised and win victories through creating unions and fighting the border police. An incredibly useful example for Spaniards here in London working in precarious jobs. And he's got an incredible history of making all sorts of social TV and cinema. So it's really exciting to have Ken Loach with us, who, by the way, was born in 1936. So we actually have someone from the Civil War generation with us today. I'd like to introduce Ken Loach.
I don't remember too much about 1936, but it's a real privilege to be here, and thank you for asking me to come. We've all followed the rise of Podemos with excitement and enthusiasm, and to be here when you're having a meeting to discuss what we can learn from your experience, how you've done it, how you're going to go on to get even bigger. This is really exciting. And it's exciting. I think your name is brilliant too. We can. I mean, I think it has, well, you'll know, I think it has quite a long history. It certainly goes back to the immigrants, cleaning workers in Los Angeles on the east coast of America, whose slogan was, "Yes, we can." And I think what's good about it is it suggests the power that people have. And of course they're always told that they're impotent, they're dispensable, they don't have any power, they just have to do what they're told. And your name tells us the opposite. Yes, we can. Yes, we do have power. Yes, we do have strength. So that's brilliant. I thought I don't want to speak for long because I want to hear what the people from Podemos, our friends from Podemos will say. But I thought it might be useful just to say a few words about how it seems to some of us about the situation here. I mean, Podemos is rising at a time of enormous challenge and difficulty and pressure. Domestically, there is the great social issues of poverty, of inequality. The poor are getting poorer, the rich are getting obscenely rich, and those who suffer the austerity cutbacks, well, everyone here will know stories of people, disabled people, people dependent on charity, food, people who have their benefits cut. There was one terrible story just recently of a man who died in his room. He weighed less than 5 stone. There was nothing in his fridge. He'd been a soldier and he suffered mental problems from his service in the army. And he failed to get to 1 or 2 meetings that he was meant to go to by the Social Security, and his benefit was cut. And he died. And this in the richest, one of the richest countries in the world. And what a shocking indictment of our system that is. And there are many stories like that. And everyone here will know them. We live in a time of where working class people are put in the most, in the harshest conditions, with weak trade unions, with 0-hours contracts, with agency work, with no rights at work, with no sick pay, with no holiday pay, temporary work, so that young people growing up see no future where they can never have somewhere to live that they can be secure in. They can't look forward to having a family and being able to provide for them, because everything is temporary, everything is insecure. And we have gone from a time when I was young, when work was secure. We were told, get a trade and it'll last you a lifetime. Not the case now. Not the case now. It's insecurity from the day you're born. And we can't go on living like that. It's no way to us to organise our great capacity to make things, to use our resources, to use our labour power, to create a society where insecurity is right in our bones. It's just intolerable, and we have to change that. But it's not only domestically this is a tough time. Internationally, we're faced with wars to defend Western capital, to make areas of the world areas where Western capital can exploit the labour, can exploit the resources, can get into the markets. So hundreds of thousands of people will be killed to make that area, that region, a place where Western capital can establish itself. Aggressive imperialist wars. And wars where we have no respect for international law. And that is something we need to establish. We need movements to establish. For example, between Israel and Palestine. No respect for international law. When all people want is the rule of law, the capacity to live in safety. To be able to pursue their lives in safety. Secure in their land, secure in their borders, secure in their work. The rule of law has been torn up internationally, and those who claim to live by it ignore it. So we need movements to defend the rule of law. But even beyond the international question, we have the environmental question. And we know that the environment is being wrecked before our eyes. And for once we have an end game. It used to be the case, I'm sure, when people would speak at left-wing meetings and we would imagine the time to come and there would be a time when the working class would take power and organise a society that we could all live in peace and security. We can't look that far forward now. I mean, looking around, most of you will live through climate change when some of us old ones won't be here to suffer it. But the world you will inhabit and the world you will pass on to your kids is getting less and less safe and less sustainable. And if we don't get a progressive, radical socialist movement now, God knows when we'll have the chance again. Because we're in an end game. We're in an end game now. So in a way the urgency could not be greater. But we'll have huge problems. As we know, there are huge questions that we have to solve. And we're seeing it in a little way in the Scottish struggle for independence. When it looked as though the independents might win, suddenly, I don't know if you saw it, suddenly the whole British establishment descended on Scotland to their amazement. And suddenly all the Westminster politicians, the bankers, the industrialists, they all said, you know, Armageddon is about to happen if you decide to, you want to vote for your own government. Every kind of threat went on, and even Nigel Farage is there yesterday. They had to smuggle him in, apparently, and I guess they'll have to smuggle him out. But what a pathetic sight it was. It's the weight of the establishment. There's also big questions to deal with, and I don't know the answer to this, but clearly, if we get to a certain level of success, there will be threats that capital will be removed, that industries will be closed down, that they will make their system collapse, so that it's not there for us to take over. So what we do about the banks, what we do about international capital, how we have to have plans for that. We have to work that out. I don't know the answer, but I know we have to ask the questions. Now, that's the problem. The question is, and it's a question that Podemos is beginning to answer, but the question is, how do we organise in the face of those huge issues? How do we organise? Well, from where we are here, there are a number of possibilities and a number of different answers to that question. And I think it might be worth just running through some of the answers that some people are giving with some of the problems that I think that arise. Obviously, one issue we have is that we have a long-standing loyalty to the Social Democratic Labour Party. And the Labour Party has claimed to represent the working class for over a century. And if you look back at what the Labour Party has done, it's very clear that it's had peaks and troughs, but the underlying thrust is that it will not represent the interest of working class people. The rhetoric will claim to do that, the reality is it won't. It goes back to the 1920s or earlier, when we had the general strike, the great general strike of 1926. The leader of the Labour Party, a man called Ramsay MacDonald, said to the leaders of the trade unions, themselves a rather pathetic bunch of collaborators, he said, if you need me, I'll be at home. If you need me, I'll be at home. And that was the extent of his commitment, that was the extent of his organisation. We had a high point in the 1940s when utilities were taken into public ownership, you established an National Health Service, and everyone will know about that. But the failure of the Labour Party to confront the attacks of Margaret Thatcher, the mass unemployment, the closing of factories, the attacks on trade unions, the dismantling of beginning to dismantle the gains of 1945, there really was no effective fight back. And in fact, the privatisations, as we know, were continued, and commitment of more and more of our public assets have been sold off under Labour, and the illegal war in Iraq. And this has continued. And now you never see a Labour leader when workers are in struggle. You never see them on a picket line, not the leadership. You never see, or you know that they will not reclaim the privatised industries. Our Royal Mail was recently privatised. The Labour leadership's argument was not with the principle, but the price. They said they didn't pay enough. But they're quite happy that it stays in private hands. So my contention is, and I think the contention of many of us is, that the Labour Party cannot be reclaimed. It has shown for a century that it could be, what its position was. And I think people have been, I've worked for Harold Wilson back in the 1960s, in 1964. And people said then, well, the Labour Party is the best we've got. You know, we've got to get elected. We can't stand the Tories in power. Well, we can't go on and on, half a century later, saying the same thing. There has to come a point where we say, no, we need political representation that stands where we stand, that stands for a changed society, that will get rid of the big corporations, that will build a society based on social justice, common ownership and democratic control. And the time for saying, yes, we'll support these people even if we don't agree with them, that's gone. So there's the social democratic leadership. There's the Greens, and the Greens have reformist policies that are well to the left of Labour. There are many people, good people, I'm sure there may be some in this audience, I hope there are, who we will feel good thoughts towards, who will say the same things, and who are there out of a conviction that things have to change. So I don't denigrate their position. My fear is that the basic Green analysis does not get to the root of the problem. It doesn't get to the heart of the economic structure of society that will carry on producing these anti-environmental issues. And that's my disagreement. But I think that there are progressives within the Green movement that we should, with whom we can work.
Can you wind up now?
Okay. Okay. Well, time goes quickly when you're enjoying yourself. There's not enough time to talk about the other left organisations. Can I say this very quickly? I support a group called Left Unity. We have tried, or are trying, to build a left movement which has things in common with Podemos, which tries not to reproduce the problems of the old left movements of democratic centralism, which was very centralised, they didn't have much democracy, which would have charismatic leaders who then disappeared and were sectarian. And these are the problems we've all lived with for half a century. We try within Left Unity to go to actually undo all those bad things and to have a grassroots organisation that is democratic, that carries the ideas, that in the end will be the key to unlocking the problems that we have. So I'm greatly pleased to be here. And I echo your name. Yes, we can.
Just after Podemos was formed in the spring, we had a big vote where people decided which people we thought should be our candidates for the European elections. And there was massive participation in this. It really took us by surprise, everyone voting online. And we basically had a list of candidates of all walks of life, all ages, and all parts of the Spanish state, even some people abroad. And they wrote a description of themselves, and people chose who they wanted to represent us in the elections. And one of the people who was picked at the top of that list is Tania González Peñas. And she was then elected as an MEP in the European election. For many of us, this was particularly exciting because Tania had been for years an activist in all sorts of social movements, in the student movement, in the feminist movement, and in the union movement. And it was great to see people with that kind of background actually representing us in Brussels. So I'm going to now hand over to Tania, who is going to talk about what was the conditions that allowed Podemos to make a breakthrough and how Podemos did make its breakthrough. Tania.
Muchas gracias a todos y a todas por venir aquí y agradecer también al Círculo de Londres el trabajo que han hecho para que podamos estar aquí con este pedazo de cartel, que estoy muy feliz, es un placer enorme, así que muchas gracias a todos y a todas. Supongo que muchas de vosotras sabréis.
So, thank you all for coming. It's wonderful to see how this circle is being built up in London, and I feel extremely happy to see what's happening here today.
Supongo que muchos y muchas de vosotras sabréis que una vez le preguntaron a Margaret Thatcher cuál fue su mayor logro político, y ella contestó que Tony Blair y el nuevo laborismo. Lo que Thatcher estaba diciendo en realidad es que lo que habían conseguido hacer era absorber a las herramientas políticas de la izquierda a un centro político que no tenía nada que ver con lo que eran antes, a un centro político marcado por el neoliberalismo que ella había diseñado. Habían conseguido trasladar esas herramientas. Perdón.
So, when Margaret Thatcher was asked what her greatest achievement was in politics, she said it was Tony Blair and New Labour. So that really underlines what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to put together a real, genuine alternative.
Habían conseguido absorber a las organizaciones de la izquierda, al centro político del neoliberalismo, dejando fuera la política de la ciudadanía. Habían conseguido absorber a esas herramientas a la política de las privatizaciones, de los recortes en derechos públicos, del expolio de los derechos laborales, del desmantelamiento, en definitiva, del estado del bienestar.
So what they've effectively done, they've effectively just taken over the left wing and made it work towards neoliberal ends. All ideas of citizenship have been jettisoned. They've taken the tools of state and they've been using these for extensive privatizations, for cuts, to slash rights, and to essentially dismantle the welfare state.
Esa política es lo que hoy nos venden como la política de la austeridad, que conocemos muy bien. Y es una política que está muy alejada de la política que le interesa a la gente, a la ciudadanía, de la política de quien está sufriendo todos estos abusos, todos estos recortes, y de quien está sufriendo que el centro de la política esté ocupado, en definitiva, por las grandes entidades financieras, las grandes empresas multinacionales y los sucesivos gobiernos que han ido gobernando a favor de esos intereses y no a favor de los intereses de la gente. Esto es lo que en Podemos llamamos la casta.
So this type of politics is a type of politics that's now known as austerity, and we all know this type of politics very well. This policy is not working for the people, and many people are suffering from the extensive cuts and austerity measures. The reason why we're seeing this is that the centre of power is dominated by big finance and multinationals and successive governments that work in the interests of these major players, and they are not working for the population. So that is what we are fighting against in Podemos, and we would call this status quo the casta, or the dominant caste, so to speak.
Esta historia del Reino Unido no es para nada ajena a la política española. Y si hubiesen preguntado a quienes diseñaron la transición española, le hubiesen hecho esta misma pregunta que le hicieron a Margaret Thatcher, probablemente habrían respondido de una manera similar, ¿no? Porque quienes estaban dirigiendo esa transición pronto nos llevaron a esa misma vía del desmantelamiento del estado del bienestar.
So if we look at the situation in Spain, in many ways it's similar to what we see in Britain. If you asked a similar question to the one put to Margaret Thatcher, what's the main achievement of the right, you'd see a similar effect. There's been a transition in Spain, and it's been managed along similar lines, and progressively it's been hitting the welfare state.
Sin embargo, convertir el centro de la política en un pacto con las élites implica romper el contrato con la ciudadanía. Implica dejar a la ciudadanía fuera del centro de la política, dejarla excluida a los márgenes de la política, donde no se toman decisiones, donde no importa lo que ocurra.
So, if this is what happens in the political centres of power, then essentially you're breaking an agreement with the population. They are sidelined. They're excluded from power, they're kept out of politics, and they are not there in the places where the real important decisions are made.
Pero si mantenemos a la ciudadanía, si relegamos a la ciudadanía a los márgenes de la política durante mucho tiempo, el centro no puede permanecer igual eternamente, inmutable. En ese sentido llega un momento en el que los márgenes quieren reivindicarse de nuevo como centro. Cuando la ciudadanía se da cuenta de que las instituciones no responden a sus intereses, cuando se genera esa desafección política hacia las instituciones.
But this is not a situation that can continue in the long term. If the population is excluded from a sense of power for a long time, it's not sustainable. At some stage, these people who have been marginalised will see what the situation is, and they will start to make legitimate claims. The population will start to see that the institutions that govern them are not in fact working for them.
Y entonces se genera un caldo de cultivo para que aparezcan nuevas iniciativas políticas que quieren reclamar lo que es suyo. Hemos visto cómo en algunos países la caída, el golpe que se le ha dado a la socialdemocracia, a las urnas, el PASOK en Grecia, en España en las últimas elecciones europeas, la concentración de voto entre el PP y el PSOE, entre los dos principales partidos del régimen, ha sufrido un golpe histórico, una bajada histórica.
So we see very fertile ground because of these conditions, and it's a great opportunity for new initiatives. We can see the results. We've seen an incredible move towards social democracy in Greece and Spain in the recent European elections. the very stable base of the People's Party and the Socialist Party in Spain has suffered a historical attack. It's really suffered.
Y es en ese contexto, con ese caldo de cultivo, cuando nace Podemos. Cuando nace Podemos nos encontramos con lo que llamamos una crisis de régimen, una desafección ciudadana hacia los partidos políticos, los partidos tradicionales, las herramientas tradicionales que teníamos para hacer política. Una desafección hacia las propias instituciones, entendiendo que no nos sirven las instituciones, que no responden a nuestros intereses, que responden a los intereses de unos pocos. Y una desafección hacia la política en sí misma. Hemos escuchado muchas veces, esto era algo que se escuchaba mucho, como a mí la política no me interesa, como si la política fuese algo que no tiene que ver conmigo, cuando sabemos de sobra que la política afecta a todos y cada uno de los aspectos de nuestra vida. Pero existía esa visión, esa desafección hacia la política en sí misma.
So in this context, with these very fertile conditions for new initiatives, what we've been seeing is a real crisis of government. On the one hand, you have traditional parties, you have traditional tools, the traditional way of doing things in politics. And on the other, amongst the population at large, there's a growing level of disaffection. People could see that the institutions weren't working for them. They weren't really favouring the interests of the many, but rather a very small elite. These were self-serving institutions. However, often people will be saying, well, politics is not, it doesn't really have anything to do with me, I can't see the relevance of it. So you had this high level of disaffection with politics.
En ese sentido, en ese momento,
things really came to a head, and it had been building for some time. The root causes were the devastating effect of the economic crisis on the general population, with a huge increase in unemployment, and also 184 evictions per day. So people could see that politics weren't changing. They were just, people in politics were just using the same old formulas, and they were still working for the elites, and their reaction wasn't anything that was going to help the population.
Y nos encontramos también, en parte motivado por esto, con una oleada de movimientos sociales históricos. Movimientos para paralizar los desahucios, para defender los servicios públicos, y el 15M, que supongo que conoceréis bien, que más que un movimiento casi podríamos llamar un hecho histórico, porque lo que hace es plantear un cambio de sentido común. Cambia el sentido común en la mayoría de la ciudadanía, haciendo entender que la política, la democracia no puede ser esto. La democracia no puede ser lo que ya conocemos. Pero, sin embargo, estos movimientos, esta oleada de movimientos con la que nos encontramos no es capaz de desbordar al Estado, no es capaz de desbordar el régimen. Son movimientos fragmentados que no se organizan a través de herramientas, digamos, que sean capaces de superar institucionalmente lo que ya existe. Por lo tanto, son movimientos destituyentes a nivel de legitimidad política, pero que no son capaces de proponer, de plantear, de sustituir la forma de hacer política, la forma de tomar las decisiones, las instituciones.
Okay, so what can people see then? So we saw a huge number of new movements, people working against evictions, people fighting the cuts, and the 15th of May movement, the indignant movement. And in a way, these were historic, because it was a change in the fundamental political compass of people, members of the public. And what could they see? What was their insight? They could see that this can't be the way that democracy works. However, these movements weren't in fact able to overthrow the prevailing form of government. They didn't have the right tools to organise, they couldn't reach an overall victory. In terms of legitimacy, they had very strong legitimacy, but they weren't able to replace prevailing politics, the way that decisions are made, and this type of government that I've been describing.
En ese sentido lo hace Podemos, apoyándose en este nuevo sentido común, en el sentido común de que hace falta otra forma de hacer política, de que otra forma de hacer política no solamente es que participe, que haga suya la política.
So, in Podemos, we can see that it's very valuable, this new form of common sense, this new understanding of the way things need to work. And we can't continue with the same form of politics. We can see that the change is possible, and not just possible, but necessary. If we do not replace the people who are making the decisions, then we will not be able to cure this crisis. We won't be able to overcome it. So in Podemos we're looking to these new ideas, and we think it's absolutely fundamental that the public participates. We can use these circles that are being built up, and we need to reclaim politics so it works for us.
Planteando que ese nuevo método tiene que concebir devolver a la ciudadanía al centro de la política, decir que nosotros no vamos a tomar las decisiones como han tomado las decisiones los partidos que hemos conocido hasta ahora, que nuestras listas para las elecciones europeas las decide la gente, que nuestro programa para las elecciones europeas es participativo y la gente puede participar en él y puede elaborarlo. Plantear que nuestro papel fundamental en las instituciones es transformarlas, es llegar y hacer de ellas algo diferente, es llegar y hacer de ellas el altavoz, el espacio al que llevar todos esos problemas, todas esas necesidades, todas esas luchas y que ocupen todas esas luchas, los problemas de la ciudadanía, el centro político de la arena de las instituciones. En ese sentido, brevemente y para terminar, mi experiencia es que en el Parlamento Europeo, como la mayoría de las instituciones, están diseñadas para que seamos absorbidos y que seamos absorbidas, pero para eso tenemos una serie de compromisos que no nos van a permitir hacerlo, y para eso tenemos a toda la gente que está participando en las calles, que está participando en Podemos. Sabemos que quien está detrás de Podemos es la gente, no son solamente las caras visibles, que somos quienes estamos un poco delante, y que es fundamental todo ese apoyo y toda esa participación para que podamos hacer de las instituciones lo que queremos, un lugar de cambio y un lugar de transformación. Para despedirme, recordar...
So we need to return the people to the centres of politics, the centres of power. We need to make decisions in a different way. For example, when we put together our policies, that's done in a participative way, so people can actually feed into that, grassroots people. And we think our fundamental role in the institutions is to change them. We want to convert those institutions into spokespeople for our needs, for our struggles, what's important to us. We want our problems and the things that bother us to take centre stage in the institutions. And to conclude, I'd just like to share a bit about what I've seen of the European Parliament. It's been designed to absorb us, to dilute what we have to say. But we can't allow that because we have our commitments. There are people, a lot of grassroots people who've been very active, they've been on the streets. And in Podemos, we are not just the people that you'll see in the newspapers, we're not just the figureheads. It's extremely important to have grassroots participation. This support is absolutely fundamental. It's only in that way that Podemos can achieve what it wants to achieve.
Me parece que muchos países de Europa compartimos la coyuntura necesaria para que esto pase y el cambio tiene que venir de todas partes, así que os animo a que confiéis en que sí se puede hacer otra forma de hacer política, que hagáis vuestra la política, que tengáis este tipo de iniciativas, que os suméis a participar. Y para despedirme, recordar lo que el otro día en mi presentación en el grupo parlamentario, en el GUE, el Grupo Unitario de la Izquierda Europea, quise recordar. Mi abuelo fue minero y murió de una enfermedad propia de la minería, la silicosis. Trabajó muy duro para darle a sus hijos una vida mejor. Y el hecho de que yo ahora, viniendo de donde vengo, esté en esa institución tratando de hacer las cosas de otra manera, demuestra que con trabajo y con voluntad se pueden cambiar las cosas. Así que os animo, claro que se puede.
It's very important for people to participate. So, as I say goodbye now, I'd just like to share an experience I had recently in a group in the European Parliament. It reminded me of something from my own personal history. My grandfather was a miner, and he died from a mining disease. And he worked so hard so that his children, his grandchildren, have a better life. Now, I am in one of these institutions, and that's really shown me that if we work, if we put everything in, then we can change things. So I would encourage you that yes, we can do this. Let's work together. Thank you.
Properly. Originally, we were going to have a coffee break at this point. We are actually running 40 minutes behind schedule, and that's quite a lot even for Iberian standards. So I've had a request that maybe we just allow the speakers to continue, and then we have a slightly longer coffee break after that. Everyone happy about that? Yes. Anyone not happy about that? Okay, that's the sign. Wow, that is a consensus. Okay, so our next speaker is again someone who I think excited many people across Spain when they heard about this activity, because he's not just famous for his writings and his bloggings in Britain, but across the world, and he's got a big following in the Spanish state. Now I'm going to read the description in our programme of Owen Jones. It says, his first book, Chavs, The Demonisation of the Working Class, which I'm reading at the moment and would strongly recommend, was published by Verso in June 2011 to considerable acclaim and attention, and became the best-selling political book of 2011. Chavs was longlisted for the Guardian First Book Award and picked by the New York Times as one of their top 10 non-fiction books of 2011. Owen has been named one of the Daily Telegraph's most influential people. I don't know if that's a compliment, is it? And one of the most influential people on the left, and won Left Foot Forward's poll for most influential left-wing thinker of the year and young writer of the year at the 2013 Political Book Awards. Now, we don't want things to go to his head, but that's not a bad CV, and I think, we're really excited about having someone with genuine, influence on the British left. And he's just written a new book about La Casta, except it's called The Establishment, which again, a lot of people are going to read and a lot of people are going to talk about. So it's absolutely brilliant to have Owen Jones with us here tonight. Give him a big round of applause.
Friends, sisters, brothers, it's a huge honour and a huge privilege to be with you today. It sometimes surprises people when I step up and speak. They wonder who let the 13-year-old near the microphone. When I first appeared on television, people asked why I wasn't doing my paper round and delivering the newspapers. But I've taken the afternoon off my paper round to speak to you this afternoon. And the reason it's a pleasure is this. The eternal truth of social change is that it comes not through the goodwill and generosity of those above, but through the struggle and sacrifice of those from below. Those are common traditions that bind us all, regardless of whether we are English, Welsh, Scottish, or Spanish. And indeed, we've seen at times in our history when those traditions mingle together. Back in the 1930s, many young English and Welsh, as we're here in the Welsh Centre, and Scots, went to Spain to join those fighting against fascism and reaction. Indeed, one of our great trade union leaders, Jack Jones, who died a few years ago, was amongst those who went to Spain to fight for freedom, democracy, and progress. Now, here's the thing. We all know that across Europe there is so much anger and so much fear. But one thing has been missing for a long time, and that's hope. The iconic British socialist Tony Benn said this: the way you get change is through the burning flame of anger at injustice and the burning flame of hope at a better world. And that's what Podemos does. You've tapped into the anger, the justifiable anger of those who are being made to pay for a crisis they had nothing to do with. But you're giving them hope as well. And by giving them hope, you give us hope as well. You have become a beacon in Europe for all of us who want an alternative to the crisis that we have been plunged into. And this is what we're up against. At the time of the crash, many of us perhaps thought that that was it for neoliberalism, that it was discredited, corrupt, and would leave the stage of history where it belongs. That neoliberalism can stagger around half-dead, zombie-like, if there is no one to administer the killer blow. And so a crisis of the market was turned cleverly and cynically and ruthlessly into a crisis of public spending. And it was determined that those who would pay, that the burden on whose shoulders it would rest, would not be those above, but working people, unemployed people, disabled people, and young people too. They used this as an opportunity to push policies they always wanted to get away with, but didn't think was otherwise politically possible. The privatisation of our services and utilities, handing them to the private profiteers who circle overhead. The slashing of taxes on those at the top in favour of indirect taxes on those at the bottom. An assault on what remaining rights working people have. The attack on the welfare state and social security. The shifting of wealth and power from the majority to those at the top of society. And look at Spain today. Over half of all young people without work. Now, often those statistics wash over people. But the reality of unemployment at a young age is crippling. There's a horrible word called scour. What it means is those unemployed at a young age not only suffer from mental distress and all sorts of other problems affecting them, but they're more likely to be unemployed and have lower wages for the rest of their lives. This robbing of people's lives is not just an injustice. It is a crime. And that's what we're all up against today. Now, if we look here in Britain at what they've done, this is what we're going through. The longest fall in living standards since Queen Victoria reigned on the throne of this country in the 1870s. A country where, since this government came to power, over 1 million workers, disproportionately women, have been plunged into poverty pay. A country in which most people in poverty are in work, getting up each and every day to earn their poverty. A country in which the wealth of the top 1,000 people can double in 5 years, whilst 1 million people are driven to beg from food banks in order to eat. 300,000 of them, children, in the 6th richest country on the face of the earth. And not just an injustice, a crime. And it goes on. It goes on. It goes on to the 5 million people stuck on social housing waiting lists because the housing hasn't been built. This city
This great, prosperous, metropolitan city in which 1 in 4 young people live in overcrowded homes, where we don't just have unemployment, but an army of zero-hour contract workers and those you could call the self-unemployed, robbed of security, a return to a supposedly bygone era where people would march to the yard in the morning and stick their hands up hoping to get work. But these days young people get text messages at 6 a.m. in the morning telling them if they will have any work. How can you build a life? How can you build a family? How can you have any sort of security? And just to show the disparity, when the banks were bailed out, they were not bailed out by free market government. They were bailed out by the state, but with so few conditions. They didn't lend, they carried on paying more bonuses than every other EU country put together. But compared for those at the bottom, over 1 million unemployed people have had their state support stripped away. Support in the last 18 months, support ever more conditional, like a 60-year-old army veteran in Manchester, selling poppies for his injured and maimed former comrades, stripped of his support because the fact he was volunteering showed he wasn't looking hard enough to work. Socialism for the rich, capitalism sink or swim for everybody else. But in all this, what we've seen is a cynical attempt to redirect people's justifiable anger from those at the top of society to people's neighbours instead. We spoke before briefly about UKIP. Now let's leave aside their posturing against the establishment as they are led by a privately educated man who has worked as an ex-city broker. Let's leave that to one side. It's a party that wants to privatise the NHS, cut taxes on the rich, and strip what remaining rights workers have. But this is what they do. They turn people's anger on their neighbours instead. But I'll tell you this, it wasn't Polish cleaners who plunged this country into economic disaster. It wasn't Nigerian nurses either. It wasn't Bulgarian fruit pickers. It was the financial elite at the top who plunged this country into economic when we ask those at the top, the booming rich, to pay up, we're accused of envy. That's what they accuse us of. But these people, they try to get struggling people to envy each other. They say to the low-paid worker, wages cut by their bosses, their in-work benefits slashed by the governments. They say, don't be angry with your boss, don't be angry with the government. Envy instead the unemployed person living in luxury in a mansion made out of widescreen television sets. They say to private sector workers whose pensions have been decimated, don't be angry with your boss, envy instead the nurse or teacher whose pension is still intact. They say to people who can't get an affordable home because governments won't build them, or who can't get secure jobs because they've been stripped out of the economy, envy the immigrant who's getting what should rightfully be yours. The politics of divide and rule. They tell people, you've been mugged, you've been robbed, so your neighbour should be robbed as well, rather than asking why any of us is being robbed in the first place. So that's what we have to do to challenge it. As I say, what we need to do is give people hope. Without hope, people give up, they resign themselves, they yell at their television sets, or they turn their anger on their neighbours. So instead we give people hope. We say to people that instead of toiling and struggling for their poverty, everybody in work, everybody without exception, should have a living wage so they can support themselves and their families. That instead of leaving people on housing waiting lists and in overcrowded homes, ripped off by private landlords shouting extortionate rents, control those rents and let councils build housing. And instead of zero-hour contract and insecure work, let the state intervene to create renewable energy jobs, taking on the environmental and the jobs crisis. That the banks we, the people, bail out. should be brought under democratic public control, accountable to the people of this country. That instead of going on about benefit fraud, we should talk about the infinitely worse tax avoidance by those at the top. £25 billion lost each year because Amazon and Google and all the other big companies won't pay their taxes. You all have to pay your taxes. You don't have an army of accountants and lawyers changing the law to operate in your favour. However rich you are, you will pay your taxes every single penny when we have finally achieved justice. And we must have public ownership of the utilities like rail and energy which belong to us, the people. These are international demands. They're not moderate, they're not extreme, they don't leave us on the fringes. They are the common sense of people everywhere. They're not those who keep society ticking, who toil and struggle and keep this country and other countries alive. Not those people who should suffer, that those at the top must pay, particularly those who plunged us into economic disaster. And that's where I want to wrap up, because this is my plea. We can't allow ourselves to be picked off one by one. Our enemies do not treat borders as obstacles, and neither should we. To coin a phrase, or to use a phrase often used in this country, we are all in this together, apart from the people at the top. We have one struggle, and we owe it to our ancestors, our mothers and our fathers, our grandmothers and our grandfathers and our ancestors before them, who won all the gains and rights that are now under attack. It is not for us to allow everything they fought for at such cost and sacrifice to be stripped away by governments which only serve the interests of those at the top. We stand on the shoulders of giants. And all I ask is all of us to make sure in the coming months and years we link up our struggles. We remember we have one common shared enemy. You have given us hope. We must learn from your examples. But I know this, that if we all stand together, if we fight together, then friends, we will win this battle together. Solidarity.
For our Spanish comrades present, the next speaker needs no introduction. Íñigo Errejón is regularly on the biggest Spanish TV programs, arguing and savaging politicians and media pundits and helping Podemos, you know, kind of reach the hopes of thousands, if not millions of people. And as well as being a great polemicist, he's also an impressive political strategist. He's a political scientist from the University of Complutense in Madrid. He's also been a visiting researcher and lecturer in several Latin American countries, and he's someone who's been absolutely key to developing Podemos' strategy in recent months. So it's absolutely exciting to have him with us here today in London. He's come over especially to talk to us. So I'm going to hand over now to Íñigo Errejón.
Promise I'm a different speaker, even though I also look 13 years old. Unfortunately, I will do my speech in English. It will be much slower and much more boring. Quería comenzar agradeciéndoos a los asistentes el haber llenado esta sala, también a los compañeros que nos ven desde España por el streaming, también a la gente que está llenando otra sala por la ilusión, por el calor, por recuperar el gusto de estar juntos y juntas.
Yeah, I'd like to start by thanking everyone who's come here today, not just those in this room, but also those in the overspill room and those that are connecting on the internet to watch us and to share with our excitement about the fact that we can change things and that we're actually coming together to do that.
A los medios de comunicación que han venido y que lo cubren, a los traductores y las traductoras que hacen esta fantástica labor, y a la organización y los círculos, porque de eso tiene que ver, eso es Podemos, la cantidad de gente que tiene que estar haciendo heroísmos cotidianos, trabajos que no se ven, que no lucen y que hacen que podamos estar aquí, gente común haciendo cosas extraordinarias.
And I'd like to thank all the people who are doing extraordinary things, helping with the media for this event, doing the translation, organising the event, the people in the circles, because Podemos is basically the circles. They're the heroes that are allowing us to be able to be here in this extraordinary event.
Y por último, a quienes nos acompañan. Si queréis saber por qué vamos a ganar, mirad a quienes nos acogen en nuestro acto en Londres. Y agradecerle a Luz por la presentación, a Cristina, investigadora y compañera de la que conozco de hace tiempo, a Tania, nuestra flamante eurodiputada, que prometió por la Constitución, por imperativo legal, diciendo esta Constitución que ha sido vendida a Merkel, prometo devolverse a los ciudadanos en un proceso constituyente al servicio del pueblo. Con Ken Loach también, con quien es un honor que nos acompañe, una persona que ha hecho tanto por la memoria de los de abajo. Con el compañero también Owen Jones, un líder de los de abajo, de los que hacen falta para transformar la situación. Muchas gracias por acogernos, muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros.
For Luke for chairing the event, Christina for her wonderful speech, Tanya for talking to us about how we can change the constitution, Ken Loach for being the memory of the popular classes, Owen Jones for talking about how we can change things from below. Thank you very much for your support.
Estamos asistiendo en toda Europa, en particular en los países del sur de Europa y en particular en nuestro país, a una situación dramática que de crisis financiera pasó a convertirse en una enorme y masiva crisis social. Pero esa crisis social...
We're seeing incredible things happening in Southern Europe. We're seeing how a dramatic and enormous economic crisis is turning into a massive social crisis.
Pero esa crisis social que nos pretenden representar como un fenómeno meteorológico no tiene nada de natural. No era inevitable y la forma en la que se está conduciendo no tiene nada de neutral. Lo que estamos viendo con la excusa de la crisis es una masiva operación de desposesión de las mayorías sociales para una pequeña minoría privilegiada y también un intento de transformar nuestro país sin pasar por las urnas.
Although they try and tell us that the crisis is like the weather, it's something natural, something you can't do anything about, but actually it's not natural, it is something we can do something about, it's not neutral. And with all the excuses that we hear all the time, they're doing a massive dispossession of wealth and resources, taking from the majority classes and giving to a small privileged elite. And the fight against that is one that does have to be an electoral fight as well.
La transformación que estamos viendo en nuestro país es una transformación oligárquica. ¿Qué significa esto? Una transformación en la que cada vez más poder político y más riqueza se desplazan del conjunto de la sociedad a una pequeña minoría. Es una transformación oligárquica también porque quieren acabar con un país de ciudadanos, sustituir un país de ciudadanos por un país de siervos, un país de siervos que tiene miedo al desempleo, un país de siervos que tiene miedo a la precariedad, un país de siervos que tiene miedo a que los echen de casa y a qué será de ellos mañana.
And what we're seeing is an oligarchical transformation by this oligarchic elite in which the power and wealth is being taken from the masses and put in the hands of the minority. And we're seeing how this transformation is stopping countries from being countries of citizens. They want to turn those countries into countries of serfs. And that means increasing unemployment, increasing precarious unemployment, increasing numbers of evictions.
En esta masiva operación de secuestro de la democracia y de desposesión de la riqueza contra las grandes mayorías, el miedo, la resignación y la división juegan un papel fundamental. Solo es posible esta masiva operación de secuestro de la democracia gracias a la resignación, gracias al miedo, gracias a la fragmentación. Pero ese es ya el principal punto débil de la ofensiva oligárquica, lo principal que se está quebrando.
And the only way of doing this massive dispossession of wealth is through encouraging fear and resignation and division among the masses. And this is the only way that they can actually do that dispossession. And that also is one of the weaknesses that they themselves suffer.
En nuestro país tenemos unos sectores que son dominantes pero que ya no son dirigentes. Esto significa que ya no se les cree, que no cuentan con la capacidad de generar consenso en la población, que tienen frente a sí un sentido común creciente que los identifica como mafia, y como una mafia muy parecida, que gobierna muy parecido, aunque durante las campañas electorales disputan.
And what people are realising is that the dominant sector of the people have now started seeing that the dominant sector of society is actually not the leading sector of society. It's no longer leading people. People have stopped believing in what they say. Now people actually see the political class and that minority as a mafia, and that they may actually argue during election campaign times, but ultimately they all agree on a strategy.
Teníamos, por tanto, un país con el descontento creciente, expandiéndose, llegando a sectores que no se identificaban con metáforas anteriores, pero que estaban cada vez más descontentos, que ya no creían a los de arriba. Y la iniciativa Podemos se lanzó diciendo que con independencia de dónde venían esas gentes o esos sectores, que con independencia de qué identificaciones ideológicas tenían o de qué carnes tenían en el bolsillo, esa gente era nuestro pueblo y ese descontento había que convertirlo en un motor de cambio político que nos devolviera el país a sus mayorías.
And what we've seen is that the discontent is so massive in the country that it's included all sorts of social sectors that wouldn't have actually been included in previous ideas and metaphors that we might have had about the oppressed or the subjects of change. And the discontent has been absolutely massive. But Podemos has been able to actually organise that and channel that in a way so that people can be involved in Podemos regardless of what party card they carry, ideology, etc., etc., so that we can turn Podemos into a motor for social change.
Mucha gente en los medios de comunicación nos pregunta estos días si nosotros vamos a dar pasos para unir a la izquierda y se sorprenden cuando les decimos que no nos interesa unir a la izquierda, que lo que nos interesa es construir un pueblo, que somos el 90% y que el conjunto de los sectores que están por un cambio político que le devuelva la soberanía, la riqueza y los derechos a nuestra gente vienen de muchos sectores, vienen de experiencias previas, de votos diferentes, pero son nuestro pueblo. Y lo fundamental, lo más importante, es que esto ya es un sentido común en la mayor parte de la sociedad española.
People constantly ask us, are we going to unite the left? And they're often surprised when we say, no, we're not. That is not what we're doing. We are organising the people. That is our job, to organise the 90% of the population. People that don't have the wealth, that have the precarious employment, etc., etc. All of these different social sectors we are organising in our project, in Podemos. And we are able to do that because of the common sense that exists in the Spanish state, because we're actually appealing to that common sense.
Y nosotros luchamos con un pie en el sentido común y en el lenguaje que ya existía, no hablando como marcianos, sino hablando como nuestros vecinos. Y luchamos también poniendo la pasión de vuelta a la política, porque la pasión tiene que estar en la política para que la mayor parte de la gente seamos dueños de nuestro destino. Y luchamos también con la incorrección política que no se les puede regalar a los adversarios, a los cobardes que dicen, como bien señalaba el compañero, que el problema son los de abajo y no el problema de los de arriba. Los cobardes que dicen que tenemos que odiar a los últimos en vez de detestar a los que desde arriba están operando un masivo robo.
the way to organise the people is by not speaking like Martians, not talking to people as if you were talking to your neighbour, being clear. We're not interested in political correction. And we're also against those cowards that say that the problem with society is those from below and their problems. And we don't accept that. We think the problem is those from above.
El 25 de mayo en España empezaron a cambiar muchas más cosas que una sola elección europea. Desde el 25 de mayo el mapa ha cambiado y los de siempre ya lucen viejos. Lucen tan viejos que tienen que correr a vestirse con ropas nuevas a ver si recuperan una parte de la capacidad de convencer que han perdido.
So the 25th of May actually changed everything. It meant that the old actors, the old parties, had to put on new clothes, had to kind of make themselves shine. But people realised that this is just an image.
Los resultados cuantitativos fueron importantes. Los dos principales partidos del régimen juntos no sumaron ni la mitad del voto popular y todas las encuestas muestran que mientras los dos siguen en una competición a ver quién cae más rápido, hay una fuerza ciudadana construida por ciudadanos sin dinero, sin bancos detrás, sin amigos poderosos, pero con mucha gente ilusionada que sigue creciendo. Pero lo más importante no son los resultados cuantitativos.
And what we're seeing is how the support for the two main parties is collapsing. It's gone down from 80% to 50%. They're just competing among themselves in order to kind of keep support. But while they're doing that, actually the ground is collapsing from around them because we're seeing how the citizens' movement, which is coming back and organising people, and it's something that they can't control.
Si me permitís, creo que lo más importante que sucedió el 25 de mayo y que está sucediendo son tres elementos. En primer lugar, que la casta está a la defensiva. La casta gobierna, pero gobierna como un equipo de fútbol que sabe que está a punto de perder el partido y le pide al árbitro el tiempo. Y saca 5 defensas y le dice al árbitro que por favor que se acabe ya el partido porque están asfixiados. Y además lo hace peleando con nuestra palabra.
There are 3 reasons why 25th of May was really important and represents a turning point. The first is that we're seeing the cast on the defensive. It's like watching the management of a football team that know that they're going to have a difficult match, so they're putting 5 defenders on in order not to lose.
El segundo elemento es la diversidad. Ellos tratan de decir que se están enfrentando a una opción extremista, pero si fuera así no les daría tanto miedo. Lo que de verdad les da miedo es que es una opción que se está nutriendo de gente que antes confiaba en ellos, que confiaba en quienes nos han saqueado y que ahora empieza a confiar en ellos mismos, en nosotros mismos. Lo fundamental aquí es el hecho de la diversidad, de que nuestro apoyo, la gente que se suma a la ilusión, es gente que viene de lugares muy diferentes, con carnets muy diferentes en el bolsillo o sin ningún carnet.
And the second reason, the second change since 25th of May is that we're seeing how there's a massive diversity of people who are entering into our movement. We're talking about people that used to vote and used to support the old parties, but no longer. And Podemos is organising a great variety of people, including people with different party memberships or no party memberships, and that is really shaking things up.
Y en último lugar, si queréis una buena fotografía de qué está cambiando en el clima cultural en España, mirad lo nerviosos que están los ladrones, los canallas, los que privatizan, los que se reparten lo de todos entre unos amigotes, y mirad cómo la ilusión cambia de bando y se empieza a ilusionar la gente que hemos sido los perdedores de la crisis.
Just how things are changing. Just look at the fear that now the minority and the political party, the old political parties have. We're seeing how fear is changing sides. It's no longer the fear of the masses, and it's now the minority that is scared.
La campaña que están lanzando contra Podemos no tiene parangón en los últimos 30 años. Una campaña de hostigamiento, de ataques y de miedo. Pero esa campaña es la misma que se ha lanzado siempre ante cada paso adelante de las mayorías sociales. Es imposible, es el caos, no se puede hacer nada, solo hay orden si estamos nosotros. En la realidad, el gobierno de unos y de otros, de la casta de unos y de la casta de otros, es un permanente caos, una permanente catástrofe para la mayor parte de nuestra gente que vive con miedo al mañana.
And what we're seeing as well is that there's been the biggest attack against the political project for the last 30 years, against Podemos. They're trying to put as much fear as possible, and they're saying that, because what they're really scared about is when you have an organisation that actually represents a social majority, then they have to respond by saying this organisation will only bring chaos, it won't be able to change anything. They're throwing absolutely everything at us.
Y voy terminando. En nuestro país ya hay una mayoría social que sabe que no nos van a sacar de la crisis quienes nos metieron en ella, que sabe que quienes se han repartido lo de todos entre algunos amigos no pueden ahora vestirse de regeneración democrática, que sabe que el cambio no puede venir de los mismos que le han vendido nuestra soberanía nacional al Banco Central Europeo o a la señora Merkel.
But what is causing a problem for them is that we now have a situation where the majority of society is actually not going to play the game of the minority. They know that they're just in politics just to do backhanders and help their friends, and that those kind of organisations can't be trusted to regenerate politics in Spain. They're the organisations that sold our Spanish sovereignty to the European Central Bank and to Merkel, and people are not trusting them.
Esa mayoría social se puede convertir en una mayoría política. No va a ser fácil, pero está caminando para dar los pasos para convertirse en una mayoría política que le devuelva la soberanía a la gente y que además finalice, le ponga un punto y final al saqueo, a la masiva desposesión de riqueza colectiva que está yendo a unas pocas manos de una gente además marcadamente ineficaz para desarrollar el país, que se ha demostrado una y otra vez una casta no solo injusta, sino una casta permanente de mediocres, de gente mala, incapaz de desarrollar nuestro país, de sacarnos de la...
Social majority into a political majority, to win back sovereignty, to stop the stealing of the resources by the minority. And we say about the minority, we say about the casta, that not just are they unfair, but also they're mediocre and inefficient, that they're not actually able to develop Spain as they claim to be able to do.
El país somos nosotros y necesitamos un gobierno a nuestro servicio. Si las medidas que estamos proponiendo no fueran posibles, no demostrarían tanto nerviosismo. Necesitamos y estamos dando paso para un gobierno al servicio de la ciudadanía en España. Y ese gobierno podría poner en marcha ya, mañana, medidas drásticas de reversión de esta situación y de solución de la crisis para nuestra gente.
The country is us, the people, and we're going to have a government soon that will actually act in the interests of the people. And we're going to see some dramatic measures introduced in order to change things.
Una reforma fiscal para que los ricos comiencen a pagar impuestos y hacer también esfuerzos para el desarrollo de su país. Echar atrás las reformas laborales que han convertido el mercado de trabajo en un nido permanente de miedo y de precariedad, empobreciendo así a la población y, por tanto, tirando hacia atrás la demanda interna. Auditar la deuda para saber qué pagamos, cuánto pagamos y a quién se lo pagamos, que el 20% ya va en intereses.
We're going to see, for example, tax reform, so that the rich actually start paying taxes, so that we can use this money for social reforms. We're going to, and we're going to see an end to the kind of austerity policies that actually cause a weakening in demand and weaken the economy. We're going to do away with the debt, which we're paying 20% of what we pay is on debt repayments, and we're going to do away with this.
Ya que hemos nacionalizado bancos que los han hundido unos pocos y que los hemos rescatado entre todos, ponerlos al servicio de la ciudadanía, de la vivienda pública, del crédito para las pequeñas y medianas empresas. Frenar mañana mismo los desahucios, que se podría hacer mañana si tuviéramos un gobierno al servicio de las familias y no de esos mismos bancos. Cárcel y devolución de todo lo robado para el grueso de los corruptos. Y un programa de rescate ciudadano que ponga de nuevo el país a trabajar, que levante el país que somos nosotros y que no lo van a hacer los golfos.
Other things that we're going to do is we're going to create public housing. We're going to actually give credit to the small and medium-sized companies that starve to credit. We're going to start stopping the evictions. These evictions only take place because society works in the interest of the banks, not in the interest of families. We're going to make sure that people that are corrupt and are robbing are put into prison. And we're going to make sure, and in general, what we're going to do is we're going to raise our country, and the people are going to start raising the country.
Cierro con dos mensajes. Un mensaje para los compañeros y compañeras ingleses que nos acompañan, que nos han venido a ver. Nosotros somos muy humildes, no somos modelo de nada, y cada pueblo necesita un camino particular y diferente de acuerdo a sus condiciones culturales.
We have two messages for the people listening here in Britain. First of all, we want to be humble. We don't have a model that we're saying you can just copy and you can export to every country. You need to find your own roots in your different countries.
Pero os necesitamos para una Europa al servicio de la gente y no de unos pocos tiburones financieros. Os necesitamos y os queremos a nuestro lado para devolverle Europa a la ciudadanía.
But we do need, obviously, to work together because we need to fight against these financial sharks internationally. We need to coordinate across Europe to fight against the casta in Europe.
Y el último mensaje para los españoles que viven y trabajan en Inglaterra, que se han venido aquí a construir su futuro, que han sido expulsados de su país por las políticas del saqueo y del empobrecimiento.
And I have a last message for those Spaniards that had been expelled effectively from their country and had to come here in order to find a job.
Estamos trabajando junto con vosotros para tener un país al que podáis volver, para tener un país que podamos levantar con todas y todos vosotros.
We're working all together in order to make sure we build a country where you can return to, a country which we're going to build among all of ourselves.
La inmigración económica forzosa no es solo una cuestión injusta, que lo es también un camino hacia el subdesarrollo. Tenemos un país en el que se quedan los peores, los más ladrones y los más incapaces y que expulsa a su gente más preparada, a su gente que más se ha formado, con lo cual también perdemos los recursos de todos que estaban invertidos en su formación como investigadores, como trabajadores.
Forcing people to emigrate is not just unfair to those people, it also creates underdevelopment for the country. Because the people that stay in Spain, they're the thieves, they're the corrupt. And unfortunately, we're seeing the best prepared people, the best trained people having to emigrate abroad, which is an enormous waste of resources. And we're going to make sure that those people are back and contributing to the development of the country.
Y cierro ahora sí. Nosotros comenzamos la campaña electoral inicial de Podemos diciendo que para que hubiera democracia, para que hubiera derechos, el miedo tenía que cambiar de bando. Que había unos pocos privilegiados que llevan demasiado tiempo habiéndole perdido el respeto al pueblo y que o lo recuperaban o les hacíamos que recuperaran ese respeto o no íbamos a recuperar nuestros derechos. Lo conseguíamos que recuperaran ese miedo, ese respeto al pueblo o nosotros no íbamos a recuperar nuestros derechos. La democracia no
just to end, we've said before that fear needs to change sides. It needs to be the minority, the privileged that feel fear. But in order to actually achieve that, we have to actually fight together. We need to build democracy.
Y que la democracia nace del miedo de los privilegiados al pueblo.
¿Y la democracia?
Nace del miedo de los privilegiados.
And democracy actually is born out of the fear that the privileged minority actually feel.
Después, durante la campaña electoral, dijimos que la ilusión ya estaba cambiando de bando, que las sonrisas ya no estaban solo del lado de los privilegiados, sino que empezaban a estar del lado de la gente común que empezaba a confiar en sus propias capacidades porque somos muchos más. Pues bien, ha llegado el momento de sumarle una fase más.
Okay, and we said during the election campaign that fear is changing sides. We're seeing also smiling is changing sides. It's common people, ordinary people, that are now smiling because we're starting to realise we do have the capability to actually run things ourselves.
Es hora de decir que estamos trabajando y que vamos a lograr que también la emigración cambie de bando, que pueda volver nuestra gente más preparada y que se vayan los que están sacando el país. Gracias.
Immigration takes place, and the people that have to immigrate here, and the people that cause this crisis, and the people that have had to immigrate because they suffered the crisis are back in Spain. Okay, we are now going to have coffee, finally. So we just spent 15 minutes, it's past now, come back here, back in your seats please, at 1:45, and it's very important people stay, because we've got several really interesting organisations from Britain and across Europe that have come to this meeting. We're going to hear them ask questions, make comments and talk about their struggles, so please don't leave.
Una última cosita, tenemos merchandising y unas luchas para quien quiera colaborar, porque este proyecto lo hacemos entre todas y necesitamos la ayuda de todas.
So one last thing, we've got some merchandise over here, so if you want to support us, we'd love to have your support. You can buy t-shirts and mugs over by the entrance. Thank you.
Analizándolo científicamente, porque no es una función.
Check. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Hello. People can occupy their seats, please. I'm trying to restart the session. Thank you.
We need to bring the speakers back in order for people to ask them questions. So someone please inform me to come up to the stage. Bring a bit down here. Elsa, can you give Tanya a call to come back to the stage to do the start now, please? Okay, everybody. Okay, can we have a tiny bit of hush? I don't know how to translate the word hush in Spanish. Oh, that was good. Did it for me. Okay, now the last part of the meeting today is basically going to be a chance for everyone to contribute to the discussion. But particularly, I want to encourage the many organisations that have sent people today to speak. Now, I'm just going to read the name of the organisations. Syriza from Greece, Sinistra Ecologia Libertad from Italy, Front de Gauche, excuse my bad French pronunciation. 15th of May movement from Britain and Marea Granade, which is the Spanish movement, the economic exiles here. We've got the Colombia Solidarity Campaign, RS21, and Dacia, again from Greece. Someone from the People's Assembly and Counterfire. TUSC, Trade Union and Socialist Coalition. The Movimiento Alianza País de Ecuador, I don't know how to translate that into English. The Country Alliance Movement of Ecuador. Okay, they can correct me on that. Left Unity, Socialist Resistance, Economía del Bien Común, Unite Against Fascism, Defend the Rights to Protest, and we've had a few apologies as well from some other organisations. Okay, so I'd like to first of all encourage those people to speak, but before we do that, I just want to read some questions that have been sent to us either by Twitter or using Plaza Podemos, which is the website on the Podemos website where we have discussions about documents and about policies and about our candidates, etc. People have actually sent questions from Spain for people, so I'll go through these very quickly. Some of them are particularly directed at one speaker. Okay, so, ¿hay alguna estrategia para diseminar Podemos en el resto de Europa? Is there a strategy to spread Podemos across Europe? Question 2. ¿Qué percepción e interés tiene entre la población general en el Reino Unido el movimiento Podemos, a pesar del ensimismamiento tradicional inglés? I don't know if I want to translate that. Very upset. What is the kind of perception and interest among the British population towards Podemos? What do people think of it? Even though English people just kind of ignore what's happening in the rest of the world. What is the Podemos' opinion of Scottish independence? Okay, question for Alia. ¿Cuál es la opinión de Podemos en la independencia?
Excuse me, just say British people, because I'm not English.
Okay. I'm actually reading someone else's question. Okay, question for Owen Jones. What are the main barriers to the emergence of a Podemos-like movement in the UK? Interesting question. Why is there just in the whole of Europe one president? I can't read that one, that's just too badly written, you failed. Okay, question for Íñigo. Hace tiempo Íñigo se refirió a que Europa debería latinoamericanizarse, haciéndose eco a Chantal Mouffe. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? ¿Y qué querrá decir en un futuro post-político? Wow. Yeah, these are pretty serious questions. Íñigo had said some time ago that Europe should become more like Latin America. And he quoted Chantal Mouffe. And what does Íñigo mean by that? And what would living in a post-political future be like? What does that mean? Yeah, serious questions here. ¿Dónde está el límite del empoderamiento popular si no hay cambios en la economía social? What are the limits to kind of popular empowerment if we don't make changes to economics and social questions? ¿No sería necesario en la situación actual crear cauces de participación democrática a nivel europeo desde las personas? Would it not be necessary in the current situation to create democratic systems and routes in order for democratic participation to take place at a European level? and which would involve people. ¿Cómo podemos llegar a estas personas que no tienen ningún interés en la situación que vivimos? ¿Cómo podemos concienciarles y demostrarles que es una alternativa real? How can we reach those people that don't have any interest in the situation we're living under? How can we make them aware of problems and show them that Podemos is a real alternative? Okay, there's only a couple more questions. Is that too much already? Shall I stop there? Yeah. Right, that's it. Okay, sorry about the last few people, but you know, there are physical limits today and time limits. Okay, so I'm now going to ask for anybody, first of all, from organisations, just to put up their hand if they want to ask a question, make a comment, or talk a little bit about who they are and why they've come. Okay, so I think why don't we, I'll try and pick people from kind of social movements first, is that possible? And then we can maybe have people from political organisations. Does that make sense? So keep your hand up if you're from a social movement. Okay, on the left there, yeah? And I'm going to limit your time to 3 minutes, okay? I'll tap on the microphone after 2 minutes. That means you need to start finishing. And in 3 minutes, I'll just stop you dead.
Thanks. My name is Kevin Overton. I'm a National Officer of the United Ex-Fascism Organisation. I'd like to bring warmest greetings to this meeting from UAF and also from KIRFA, which is the United Movement Against Racism and the Fascist Threat in Greece. Ken mentioned the barbarism of ecological catastrophe. There's another barbarism which is on an even tighter timescale, which is coming right at us in Europe. The barbarism of racism and the resurgence of fascism. And in the face of that, I think there are two things broadly that we need to do. Firstly, and I'd like the audience, the panel, if they could, to respond. Nico and Owen both made the point that we have to make arguments which cut into the mainstream of the social and political debate. To say it's not people next door, but people above who are responsible. That we must speak the language of our neighbours. I think this is absolutely right. But there's something else as well. We need to have a bit of principle and a bit of guts. Whether it is only us who are listening on the internet, or only us in this room, or frankly, comrades, brothers, sisters, even if it was only me, I will not yield a millimetre to racism, chauvinism, and anti-Immigrant prejudice. And we must call it what it is. It's not just that people have made a mistake in identifying the wrong people. There is a conscious effort at work from the people above to divide us in ways which lead us along the routes to Auschwitz, Birkenau, and so on. This is what is happening in Europe today. And it won't go away, even if there's an amelioration of the economic condition. Why? 2 points very quickly, if I may. First, even in the good years in Europe, when the borders came down within, before they told everybody in the south to go back home, the barbed wire went up around, so the black and brown bodies washed up on the shores of Andalusia, and of Lampedusa, and on the west bank of the Ebros River in Greece. That was the good years. Second, the European rights, for years, was domesticated on a constitutional framework. Now, a section of the European right is breaking further to the right. The support for Christianity, the fascists in Greece. Even UKIP, which is not a fascist party, but is a nationalist party, which is breaking up the right in a more right-wing and nationalist and racist direction. Third, European social democracy is at worst complicit, and at best complicit, and at worst is driving the process. In France, they have banned Muslim people taking to the streets over the question of Palestine. This question, this I think we have to say, for us on the left and as a progressive movement, this is not a side issue. This is at the centre of the world that we're fighting for, the centre of the social movements and the politics that we want to create. That the immigrant question is not a problem. That the rising of the women in the United States was the birth of the labour movement in the United States. That the rising of black and Asian people in this country was contributed to the popular movements. That it is not a problem, it is a source of solidarity and social struggle. And therefore, unissez-vous, vereinigt billigte, organize, everybody together, one fist against racism and fascism.
Shall I go?
Can you say who you are? I just forgot to mention that we've got Unite the Union here as well. Sorry about that.
You can be just in front of the key. Who I am is Andy Higginbottom. I'm the Secretary of the Colombia Solidarity Campaign. We are a small collective. What we do is work with social movements, mostly Afro-descendant, indigenous, campesino movements, fighting multinationals in Colombia and in other parts of Latin America. In other words, we get our mandate for what we do here from the social movements we are in contact with in Latin America. And I want to speak in a way, the question I want to pose is very similar, and I support completely the sentiments of the last speaker. Because the way the question is posed of how we build an alternative in Europe, I think we have to pose it, even at the general level, differently. We have to, Europe was built on slavery, Europe was built on colonialism, and it is still, the reason why Britain is the 6th richest country in the world is as much to do with the descendants of the slaves and the people of Africa and Asia as it is to do with descendants of the working class movement here, who are still being exploited by British and Spanish multinational corporations and banks. So we don't only, I believe, need to speak about an alternative in Europe, but an alternative to Europe. And at the general level, we absolutely need to unite with all oppressed peoples all over the world, for whom austerity is not a new thing. They have been resisting for 500 years against austerity. And I think that this, a movement without black people, without immigrant people who are indeed fighting here in Europe, without that, we are still not yet the alternative that is needed. I want to invite you, we are a small group, we are part of a platform known as the Platform 12th of October. And I invite everybody, but I especially invite our brothers and sisters from Spain to come and join with us on the 11th of October. You will know that the 12th of October, 1492, was the day that Christopher Columbus discovered Latin America. It wasn't there before he went there, right? So we want you to come and join us with African comrades, brothers and sisters from Latin America. We need a popular memory living and fighting here in London, which gives the other half, the real half of the story. So please come, SOAS, 2 o'clock, 11th of October. Thank you.
Who's next? Can I just remind people that, please also make comments or questions about what you've heard from the panel as well, because we're very interested to know what the different organisations think of the product.
Yeah, so that's okay. Yeah, I'm now speaking from Left Union. Actually, I'm not going to do a speech about Left Union because Ken, in a sense, already did it. So I really except to say, firstly, that I think it was you said we need to be humble. Actually, if anybody needs to be humble, it's the British left, if you ask me. Given our record and our history over the last 30 years, not that that's down to individuals, it's a function in part of the defeats that took place, the miners' strike 30 years ago, which people are remembering now, and with which we're still living with a legacy of that. And also a very fractious, sectarian left, which has never really got its act together ever since, to my mind. And we do need to try and build something different, and we do need to look at the example of Podemos and to think again, I think here, and I speak as somebody who's 63, I've had 45 years of the left in Britain, and I'll tell you, it doesn't look very impressive from where I'm standing, by comparison with what's been happening in Spain and indeed in Greece. So we definitely, that's one reason why Left Union has actually invited one of the speakers, one of the leading figures, I think, Eduardo, is it? Eduardo, to come to Britain, to England, I should say, actually, in October. I'm going to do a tour. There's going to be a meeting in London, open to everybody here. Meetings in universities. A meeting on the 18th, is it, Andrew? 16th in London. Thank you. I stand corrected. And then run up to the TUC, the big TUC demonstration on the Saturday. So hopefully We don't have a venue book for that, but hopefully that will be a meeting which many people here will be interested in. 2 questions, just to finish off. One about trade unions. I was a trade union activist, secretary for many, many years in the college just up the road, actually, Westminster Kingsway, some of you may have passed. I think the trade union struggle has not really been focused on by any of the speakers from Podemos, and I'd be interested to know what you have to say about that, because clearly it's of great significance, and I'm not counter-posing that, I know. And the second question about how you see your relationships with the European left, other European left parties, really, which I think will probably be raised by Syriza and others. Anyway, sorry to go on. Thank you.
We'll have, you next and then the person on there. That's fine. We'll encourage women to speak because we're hearing a lot of male voices.
Sorry, I didn't mean to come to the front, but my name is Christian Walmart, and I just want to ask a slightly different question, which is, for the past 2 years I've been campaigning to get the Labour nomination for Mayor of London, and I've been doing that on a platform that I think is not completely dissimilar to a lot of the ideas that come here, and I've managed to attract, about a dozen volunteers, mainly young people. We've done quite a lot of things. We had an action yesterday at Oxford Street, kind of trying to put forward the idea of pedestrianising Oxford Street, which is a key part of my agenda, the idea that the environment of London has been degraded by too many cars, and so that's a key part. Housing, the sort of stuff that Owen was talking about, is obviously another part of my campaign. And I might as well advertise it. Go on the Walmart for London website and you can see it all right. But the question I want to ask is, I decided to work with the Labour Party over this. I've been in the Labour Party for most of my life. I left over Iraq, but I kind of came back about 4 or 5 years ago when Ed actually became leader. And I'm working with the Labour Party because I believe that the Labour Party can change, and the Labour Party can also change society. Now, I'd be interested to hear views of people on the platform. Whether they think the Labour Party is completely irredeemable and actually impossible, and I'm wasting my time and shouldn't try it, or whether actually some of them would join with me in the sort of campaign that I've been running. Thank you.
I'm Dimitris Stavropoulos from Syriza, Greece. There's not enough room for me to stand. Yes, for those who are not familiar with the Greek politics, Syriza is not an exaggeration to say that something similar in political terms with Podemos, or maybe seen as a Greek version of a political weekend, which is very important. Syriza is the major party of the opposition, and according to the polls, the existing polls, it is the first party, so it's very likely to form the next government. Needless to say that I'm very happy to be among you here, and I think this event is very political. Not only because of the discussion it tries to invite, which is very important, and of course its passion, but because of the intentions, and these intentions lead to the major question of the strategy of the alternative to austerity across Europe. And this question is also linked to another important question, which is also mentioned by the people at the panel, which is the question of organization. And the question of organization is a double bet for the left. On the one level, it's very important for us to make it clear to ourselves what is left close to power. So what is left taking over the government? How can we consider these two heterogeneous terms putting together? So this is the first important strategic question for all of us to think. At the same time, there is another level in this bet. So the left should also exist within the grassroots of society, within the social movements, within the social conflicts, which is also the condition of, in order to exist, a left in the government. So we have a difficult bet, a bet into difficult levels. And I would like to ask a question. What's the discussion or how Podemos try to tackle this very, from my point of view, important historical question for the left? And I would be very happy to get in touch, collaborate for our shared purpose. Thank you.
To speak. I just want to ask the panel, is it okay if you can wait until the end and then have 3 minutes each to respond to some of the questions? Are you happy with that? Si esperará hasta el final para responder a la pregunta, si estáis de acuerdo. Okay, so we'll give kind of 15-20 minutes at the end for that. Okay, so, yeah, speak at the front.
My name is Charlie Kimber from the Socialist Workers' Party of Britain, which has nothing to do with the Socialist Workers' Party of Spain. And also part of the Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, which tries to put forward the beginnings of an electoral alternative to Labour and the Tories in Britain. And we desperately need an alternative not only to the government which is implementing such harsh austerity policies, but also to a Labour Party which has sold its soul to capitalism, is going along with the scapegoating of immigrants, is going along with the attack on welfare, and offers no genuine alternative to the policies put forward by the present government. An earlier friend asked, said that Labour can change things. Labour can certainly change things. The question is, for the better or for the worse, is the question that's in front of us. And we don't believe that the Labour Party can be reclaimed for any sort of social progress. I think the left have to be humble. We have to welcome learning from other people, but also we have to look at ourselves and say it's no good standing at meetings like this and talking about unity and then not grasping the opportunities there are for unity in front of us. Why do we have such a fragmented, broken up, divided left in Britain? Let me make an offer to comrades in left unity. Why don't we have a single united left electoral challenge at the next general election? What's the obstacle to that? There are differences between us, but why can't we sit down seriously and put that together? That would be a small step forward for the left of Labour groups in Britain to do that. And I don't see why we can't do it. The second thing is we have to take the opportunities that are available to us. I find it extraordinary that sections of the left in Britain have turned their back on the movement that's happening in Scotland at the moment. So suffused with fear of Scottish nationalism that they have lined up alongside British nationalism. The left ought to be part of the Yes campaign in Scotland, and it should be being inspired by a magnificent grassroots movement that's taking place, dominated by anti-austerity and anti-war ideas. The other point I want to make is racism and fascism is central to what we do, absolutely central. And we have to fight the racists by directly taking on their lies, but also offering a positive alternative to people. Our slogan in Britain is don't blame the Bulgarians or the Romanians, blame the Etonians. Blame the people at the top of society, not those at the bottom of society. My final point is this. Elections matter. They are important, but they're not the most important thing. Syriza is inconceivable without the general strikes and the occupations of the squares and the student movement. Podemos is inconceivable without the occupations of the squares and the movement against eviction and the strikes. The struggle is the absolutely key point for all of us on the left. Elections matter, but they aren't the most important thing. And if we get obsessed with elections, we will go down the same route as some sections of the movement have done in France. Solidarity, comrades.
Isa, yeah, I think I'm going to take you next.
Thank you. I'm part of the 59 movement in London. I'm part of the Women's Assembly as well, that was born inside the 59 here. And I would like to make a question to Podemos, Tania and Ichigo, because I wonder what would be your position about the new legislations in Spain about sexual and reproductive rights, specifically about the abortion, also about the fertility measures that the government wants to apply regarding the homosexual couples or single mothers or etc. I would like to call the attention about how these moral and conservative approaches have a real impact on the models of education, and how these kind of restrictive things of ways of thinking encourage the message that more restrictive legislation leads to fewer abortions, or to fewer abortions, when it's exactly the other way around. More restrictive legislation just leads to less sexual education, so then more abortions, so then more inequality, because only more women who are able to pay for an abortion will have it, and possibly will come to London to have it. As in 1982, more than 20,000 women came here to have abortions. So I just would like to have to know where is this issue in the agenda of Podemos. Thank you.
Hola, soy Silvan Zayemi. My name is Silvan Zayemi, representando el partido de izquierda francés, from the Front de Gauche in France. Bueno, me sale mejor en inglés. In France, the Front de Gauche, the left front, is going through a bit of a crisis, and we're trying to rethink the way we also do politics and rethink our structures along the lines of Podemos. So we've tried different things. At the moment, we're working on the European Eco-Socialist Action Network with various red and green movements in Europe. But we are also moving away from the concept of traditional party politics, and we've just embarked on a mobilization of the people in France towards a complete regime change. They're now calling for the Sixth Republic. So that, I think, answers one question before as to what is Podemos doing in Europe and where the partners are. There are other organizations, Syriza, I think, is going towards this approach, I believe. So that's it. That's my contributions to French.
Hi, my name is Terry Conway, and I'm here representing an international web magazine called International Viewpoint, which you can read at www.internationalviewpoint.org. We have published quite a lot of material in English about the rise of Podemos, so for people who are non-Spanish speakers, it's a good place to find both some of the materials produced by Podemos itself, the manifesto, for example, but also contributions from some of the actors in Podemos, including Inigo, including Ter, one of the other MEPs, and so on. One of the things I've been working on, which for me has absolutely been a beacon of hope in British politics in these last few weeks, are the political developments in Scotland, which are absolutely extraordinary, where I think we do see ordinary people taking politics back into their own hands, as a number of people have already said in this discussion. And of course, whatever happens on September the 18th, and I very much hope there will be a yes vote, that will be the beginning of a new stage of the process, not the end. It's quite clear that when 95% of people register to vote, when for the first time in these islands 16-year-olds have the vote, when you have a 7,500 strong youth assembly the other night, people are not going to go back and be quiet. But I noticed that it's not a criticism, but it's an absence in the discussion, that nobody from the platform mentioned that there were 1.25 million people on the streets of Barcelona. And I think it's important for us in the British state to understand how the comrades in Spain discuss the Catalan national question and also the discussions with the Basques.
Sorry, I have to use the lectern. I have a tremor and can't hold the mic properly. Yeah, that's right. Can you hear me? Yeah. My name's Tony Jones. I'm a member of RS21. We're a small revolutionary socialist organisation that formed at the beginning of this year. Very unfortunately, as a split from the Socialist Workers' Party after quite a bitter and serious disagreement over the handling of serious allegations made against a leading member of the party. We've established ourselves in a very modest way, I think, to try and facilitate a discussion about some of the key issues that face the left today, but also to provide a framework for revolutionaries to maintain activity. We've identified the nature of the period, the relationship between Marxism and oppression, and the relationship between party and class, between revolutionary organisation and the working class movement as being key questions. I want to start by saying, though, that I think that this is actually it's a very unfortunate and damaging development for the left in Britain. The reason why I think that, I saw a really good cartoon yesterday. There's a saying that if life gives you lemons, you should make lemonade. But underneath it said, unfortunately, if life doesn't also give you water and sugar, your lemonade isn't going to taste very good. And I think that one of the problems that we've had in Britain is when we try to look at realignments or shifts on the left that a lot of people are very enthusiastic about, I think that what we're missing, which is very different to the situation in Spain, is a social movement, is the kind of motor, the kind of lifeblood that could give rise to that kind of realignment. And so I think that Podemos, though, is still incredibly inspirational because it's shown that you have the possibility of creating an organisational and electoral crystallisation of a social movement. I think that there are a lot of problems that we face in Britain that we can learn some lessons from Podemos, but I think we can't simply draw a straight line between the two. We do need to seize every opportunity in Britain, whether it's the public sector strikes next year, the campaign against UKIP, the referendum in Scotland, but also understanding that behind those is also a massive crisis for the political class in Britain and elsewhere. Just look at the responses and the reactions of the British establishment in the last few weeks as they've gone into full-on panic mode. I just want to end with one quick question, really. I think that Podemos opens up a lot of opportunities, but it also carries with it a lot of questions. And I wonder to what extent the speakers see there as being the potential for tensions down the line between whether or not Podemos is an organisation that seeks to elect people that will then be able to enact social change, and to what extent it sees as those people who it elects as being almost insurgent representatives of a class struggle, of a social movement force that will fight to win those kinds of changes. Do people think that there's a tension there, and how do you think that could be resolved? Thanks.
país de Ecuador, the guy in red and the glasses looking at the woman with the yellow t-shirt. I've got some other people.
My name is Andrea Pisaulo, and today I represent the Italian party Sinistra Ecologia e Libertà, which means Left Ecology and Freedom, and our name is a bit of a program. We are at the opposition of the Italian government, and telling you why we are the opposition can also let you understand a little bit what's going on in Italy at the moment. The government is chaired by Matteo Renzi, which is the leader of the Democratic Party, but in fact is a grand coalition government which includes also right and center-right-wing parties. And particularly, you may remember that a few years back there was this guy called Berlusconi, which was ruling the Italian scene, and apparently he's back into the scene. Because the first thing that Matteo Renzi did as a prime minister was to make a deal with Berlusconi 2 months after he was thrown out of the Senate. So, you know, you cannot get rid of him. Now, Berlusconi is not interested in girls anymore. Apparently he's about to marry. He's interested in electoral laws. So they are trying together with Matteo Renzi to reform the Italian electoral law in a very horrible way. I cannot express it better. Basically, it's a weird system. It's a proportional system with a majority price. It would be like a first past the post with a huge constituency. So something like the party which gets most votes can get the government alone, even if he has 20% of the vote, which I think is crazy. Together with Berlusconi, they're also trying to rewrite the Italian constitutions with the declared aim to make a presidential system, of course something which has never been discussed in electoral campaign. And my party is fighting with all our forces, which are not very much, I have to say, to stop this reform and to change the course of Italian political situation. Of course, needless to say, Matteo Renzi is also bringing forward his austerity agenda in Italy. The situation is really, really bad. The unemployment is rising. It's the only country in Europe which is rising even this year. There is no economic recovery whatsoever. We are into deflation. There is no prospect of good news for the next months. Now, we as a party have had defeat, I have to say. We don't have anymore the 3 years ago we were probably in your condition with a lot of vibe and growing, and now the situation is really bad. That's why we really think it's important to focus on the European battle. We don't believe in the illusory response of getting independence or getting out of United Europe for a main reason that we think that we have to fight against financial system, which is an international system which needs to be fought at the international level. So I hope really Scotland doesn't leave the United Kingdom next week. What I really think should leave the United Kingdom is the City of London, its financial institutions, its corporations. They are work that we need to fight against. I conclude saying that the position of my party and our group in London is that to work together, whoever wants to fight against this neoliberal paradigm which is ruling over Europe. There could be, of course, Podemos, we share probably the same view on the economic policies, but also everybody in the left, like Izquierda Unida, of course with Syriza, of course even the people in the Socialist Party who are willing to fight that battle. And that's our proposal. Yeah, sorry. The last bit, we think that the People's Assembly Against Austerity is a very good model of organization, and we would like to start a European Assembly Against Austerity with all the people interested in hearing on it.
The Movimiento Alianza País de Ecuador. This is the representative.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Paul Madrid. Even though I have a Madrid surname, I'm from Ecuador. I'm an activist from Ecuador. And I'm also a member of the Movimiento Alianza País, which is a government at the moment there. And we share quite a lot of things in common. And one of the things that we shared when I was listening to the speakers, by the way, brilliant panel there, and thank you all you guys for creating this space, and the volunteers as well. I think they have done an amazing job. One of the things I shared is that I'm a migrant, like most of you guys, or some of you guys that are coming from Spain now want to find ways of living here in this country. I had to do that like 18 years ago. I had to leave my country because I didn't have opportunities. And after I left, obviously we had a big crisis in 2000 and everything collapsed. Now we seem to have, after some trying and changing presidents so many times, we've finally found one that's trying to do things. And even though things are not perfect at the moment, and there is a lot of things that we need to improve, I think we are in the right direction. But we need to keep working on that. In that sense, what I have to say to you is that now that you have found a way to express yourselves and to unite with this organization of Podemos, you can't live with that. You have to carry on and continue fighting, because otherwise things won't change. They won't give you what you need. You have to fight for it. The other thing. The other thing I wanted to ask, especially Inigo and Cristina, is I know that you went through a process of organization of Podemos and trying to create a structure. I don't know whether you're going to be presenting candidates in the next election in Spain. My question was how this process of organizing yourselves is working, and how you're going to sort of find ways to find check and balances for the people who are going to represent Podemos in the next elections. Are the real people who share your beliefs or share really what Podemos is trying to do, and in some way not letting people in, because obviously we're talking about a big movement and an open, sort of trying to find an open democracy, but it's a risk as well. So that's my question. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Nacho. I'm a Spanish student here in the UK, and I've followed everything that Podemos has been doing in the last months in Spain, and I'm very happy to see how such a political movement with which I share so many of my ideas has really taken the central political scene. Even when you're talking about, when they talk bad about you, you're still there, and your ideas are being spread, which is good. Which I really thought the Spanish political, stage lacked. Well, anyway. The thing is that I really like your ideas. I really like your idea of giving power to the people, because as we can see in Scotland, which has been mentioned already several times here today, if you give the power to decide to people, they can illusion, not just if you tell them once a year. So I really like your ideas, your program, and what you're trying to do. However, I want to tell you that I think what it is refraining more people to vote for you, even for example me, is that I would like to see more figures. I would like to see more pie charts. I would like to see more scatter plots. I would like to see something more solid. I really like the ideas, but I would really like to see an economical desglose, an explanation, something more solid. That's what I'm missing of Podemos. And after this small criticism, I also want to say an encouragement. And it's an encouragement not just for us in Spain, but for all of these organizations that are here, represented here today. And as also someone has already mentioned here, we are facing political and especially economic powers that play without borders. And we are all coming from our country, from my little region, and I want my region to be represented, and to say that I am not Spanish but Catalonian, or from Avila, that is where I'm from. And to leave that aside and really encourage you to really unite in a European stage, but supranational thing, whatever, to really face it, because we can only face them in the same level that they play, and that is really not national level. Thank you very much.
After the people who've already asked to speak, including yourself, I'm just going to leave it open for anyone who wants to speak, whether you're in an organisation or not, because otherwise we'll run out of time. Yeah? You'll be the next person who wants to share.
Hola, yo me llamo Cristina, soy del Círculo de Enfermeras. Teníamos varias preguntas que hacer. Hemos visto que en Plaza Podemos Online se ha relatado el caso de varias personas que se han hecho con el poder de algunos círculos, y en lugar de hacer lo que los miembros de ese círculo decían, se han hecho con el poder y han hecho lo que les ha dado la gana sin consultar. Me gustaría saber si se han tomado algunas medidas, si se ha descubierto que eso es cierto y si se ha investigado. Luego también hemos recibido el
Just translate the question.
So, my name's Christina, I'm from a circle of nurses, and I have a question. There have been cases in Podemos where some people have gained control of some circles, and then they're not actually doing what the whole membership wants, but rather what they think is right. So I'd like to know a bit more about the measures that can be taken and are being taken against that.
También hemos recibido el email de Sergio Lleras, un niño de 14 años, ha estado participando en el movimiento de Podemos desde el 25M, o el 15M, perdón, y quiere seguir continuando su labor con Podemos. El problema que tiene es que es menor de edad, no puede afiliarse y no hay ningún círculo de juventud en el que se pueda afiliar. Entonces me gustaría ver si se había planificado abrir algún círculo de juventud para él, para que pueda participar en lo posible.
I read the email from a boy called Sergio, who was 14 years old, and he was talking about how the work could be continued in Podemos. However, being under 18, he can't actually get involved. There isn't a young person's circle. So, what are you intending to do about that? Are you going to set up something along those lines?
My name's Mike, I'm from Socialist Resistance. Our website is socialistresistance.org. We're a small political party in Britain, and we define ourselves as eco-socialist, feminist and internationalist. We've heard a lot about internationalism today, and we'd be very keen to see the other themes that we prioritise discussed. Ken mentioned the ecological crisis, and we very much concur with him that it is a central theme now. Time is ticking away, particularly on climate change, but on other aspects of the ecological crisis. And I'd like to hear much more about how Podemos sees the ecological crisis and how to combat it and mobilise people around changing the world before it's too late. We also strongly believe in feminist activity, rather unusual sometimes we feel on the British left, which tends to have a more disdainful attitude towards feminist movements, but we very much welcome the move to self-organisation of women and for feminist activity. The questions on abortion rights in Spain I think are very pertinent and we'd like to see them discussed. As internationalists we do support campaigning across the world and our colleagues in the Spanish state, anti-capitalist left, are very much part of Podemos. We're part of Left Unity in Britain, and it was me that actually proposed the resolution through my local Left Unity branch to get a tour jointly with Podemos and Left Unity. And I hope people will support that event on the 16th of October in London and throughout the country, mobilising and supporting people. That week of the 16th of October is very important. There will be, we've heard about the Latin American Solidarity event on the 11th of October. There are public sector workers' strikes on the 14th of October. On the 18th of October, there is a TUC national demonstration. Now, I heard the appeal from the platform for those of you who are economic migrants in London to return home, hopefully to a changed Spain, and with Podemos getting over 20% in the latest opinion poll I see for the next general election in Spain. That's a very hopeful sign. But if you are working or studying in Britain, I think it's very important that people from other countries, particularly because of the anti-immigrant surge that we have at the moment, and the growth of UKIP as a political party, it's very important to show solidarity and the presence of people in Britain who are positive and want to change Britain. And so on that 18th of October demonstration, I very much hope that we can see the banners that we've got here from Podemos and a contingent of Spanish people who support Podemos marching on that demonstration. And in particular, those of you who may be in precarious work, where there aren't trade unions organised or are students, get involved in the British trade union movement. The Unite trade union is represented here and it's possible to join that. And I hope very much we'll be able to go together in solidarity and build the movement that we've started here.
Okay, thank thank you. That was a good introduction. My name is Robin. I'm from Unite Union. I'm one of the coordinators for the London and Eastern region of our community membership, which aims to organise the unemployed, organise mothers, organise those facing evictions, organise all of those that have been kind of at arm's length from the traditional trade union and labour movement in this country for the last few decades. So I'm very happy that Unite, our biggest union in this country, has opened up this initiative and want to talk to you a little bit about what we're trying to do. I mean, I agree. I mean, I've been a political activist on the left myself, migrant rights, climate change, housing, unemployment stuff, but and very much part of these initiatives to unite the left. But I agree with what our speaker there said, that primarily, I think in England the task is not to unite the left, but to organise the unorganised. And I think this is what that unity would be a wonderful thing. I think what will drive a united left is a serious movement and the seriousness of the people facing austerity. So that's what our aim is to do with Unite Community. Can I just ask a few quick questions? Who among you work in London or work in this country? Okay. Who among you are in precarious work in this country? Ah. smaller. Who of you are living under exploitative landlords who are ripping you off for rent? Right, there's more of you. And how many of you are students? Okay, so this is what we're trying to organise with Unite Community. Yeah? So this morning, one of our members has just gone, we were stopped, we had a group of residents on the West Hendon estate blocking one of our major housing developers, building housing on their estate, on their doorstep, from 7 in the morning for housing that they will not be allowed to live in. This is the kind of work that we want to do here. This is the inspiration, I think, from the Indignados movement primarily, but also the political reflection of that with Podemos. So I would encourage people here who want to fight back against austerity, who want to see the unemployed organised, who want that kind of eviction resistance movement in this country to build and grow, to join us. Please do, because I believe that will lead us to the political answers that you've arrived at in Spain a lot quicker here in Britain.
If people come back in 7 minutes, that means that there's two more people that have asked to speak. I'm going to ask them just to speak, really 3 minutes, absolute maximum. We've got Susan from Defend the Right to Protest. And then we're going to allow the speakers to come back. And we'll be out of here by 3:15. Okay?
Okay, my name is Susan Matthews. I'm the Secretary of Defend the Right to Protest, which is an organisation that was set up in 2010, with the latest wave of austerity, particularly to support those who were criminalised in the student protests, and I became involved then because my son was beaten up by the police. One of the things actually my question for speakers from Podemos is how they see the relationship between protest, square occupations, marches, and the other developments which you've been on to. What sort of struck us is that, what strikes me is that austerity comes with the expectation of protest. They already know there's going to be protests. Mervyn King, the Bank of England governor, said, why aren't there more people on the street? Boris Johnson has now ordered 3 clapped out water cannon from Germany because of the expectation that there will be more protest. But it seems that the attack on protest, and there is an attack on protest, also takes the form of trying to contain it, so that Cameron, the police, the prosecutor in the trial of my son will be the first people to make moving speeches about British belief in the right to protest. Protest is kind of necessary to Britain as a kind of way of demonstrating that we have debate. Whilst at the same time, protest has to be redefined as not protest and not legitimate every time that it happens. So that, for instance, the kinds of cases that we've been supporting, we supported Trenton Armfield, who protested about inequality, and was then told that he couldn't protest because he wasn't a British citizen. So that anybody working in this country who isn't a British citizen is supposedly not able to protest. And the nature of the threat to protest changes all the time. It's sort of shifty, so that whereas to start with it was things like kettling, it was beating people over the head, it was charging them with violent disorder, then, as we see it, it's moved into an attempt to remove legal protection from protesters through the attacks on legal aid and the removal of rights to judicial review. Moving on, of course, to bringing in water cannon, which, even without being a potentially very dangerous weapon, is surely an attempt to simply discourage people from going onto the streets because of fear. And of course, obviously, when you get something like people protesting against the shooting of an unarmed black man, you don't call it protest, you call it riots. So that we're having a conference on the 16th of November. We welcome everyone to come to that and to support us, and hopefully we want to hear from you.
Green shirt, glasses, is that you in the middle, yeah? So, great. It's a nice shirt.
Hello, my name is Kostas. I'm very glad to be among you. I'm a member of CISA in Greece, and I just came in England a month ago, working reasons. I just wanted to share with you my point of view about the reason that CISA went from 4 to 5% to being a party of 30%. The socialist government that was before in power really messed up, and so we had an opportunity, because we were there, to talk about those mistakes that the socialists did, and to talk about an alternative. But I just wanted to link it with the situation of the left in the rest of Europe, and say that we have to be able to address the core matters that concern people's needs, and to find a way to be able to take the conversation from wrong type of subjects and take it to what it matters the most. And that is our challenge, to talk to people about that, about matters that concern them. And as lefts in Europe, we are not doing a very good job in that area. I mean, we cannot find a way to actually make people interested. What happened in Greece and in some cases in Germany, where the left party had a 12% success in the former elections, had to do with actually talented people being able to talk about what matters and make people be interested in what the left has to say. That is our challenge for me, in my personal point of view. And again, solidarity to all comrades.
Okay, so we're going to now allow the panel to come back. I'm going to give 3 minutes to each person. I'll do the same. I think I'll, a second one. And we're going to start with Owen on my left, and then we're going to go from left to right, so that we have the last 2 speakers out of Podemos speakers. Okay, so I'll just hand you to Owen.
Well, firstly, what an inspiring event, what fantastic discussion, and congratulations to Podemos and all the volunteers who've made this meeting possible. It's a really, really important event. Just really firstly, Kevin and others are absolutely right about the need to confront attempts to divide us, to turn our anger amongst each other. Rather than those at the top, we have to, as a movement, all of us, redirect anger away from immigrants, Muslims, away from unemployed people, benefit claimants, public sector workers, to the tax dodgers at the top, to the poverty-paying bosses, to the bankers, to the legal loan sharks, and so on. And that's a form of populism that matches the populism of the right. And actually, I think what we've discussed here in Podemos' success is partly avoiding some of the old rhetoric associated with the left, which alienates those who are not already politicised, who are not from those particular traditions. People don't think, as we all know, in terms of left or right, they think in terms of issues to be addressed in a way that's convincing and coherent, that resonates with their experiences, and is told in a language that they understand. That's what we have to learn from Podemos. Now, I know a question was directed specifically at me about why we don't, what the obstacles to Podemos here. To be honest about those, because there are differences. We're in the Welsh Centre, my Welsh great uncle was a member of the Independent Labour Party, played in their football team in the 1930s. They left the Labour Party during the Great Depression and dwindled to irrelevance, and that has been the story of many different left parties over the last century, and that's because of our electoral system, to do with the trade union link with the Labour Party, it's to do with the fact various sectarian groups often aren't aware of the fact they often pose an obstacle to building a left rather than building a left. But also the difference with Greece and also Spain is the experience of the social democratic government introducing austerity, which opened the way for something else. The Labour Party has no God-given right to govern. It has no God-given right to exist and monopolise that position in this country. We don't have, one of the other obstacles is we don't have that tradition of a party to the left of the Labour Party with a mass base of representation in Parliament. It has no God-given right to govern. And if it comes to power and implements austerity, and if as well our constitutional order is overturned, as it could be next week, even if there's a no vote, because the status quo is not tenable, then we might be able to change things and new possibilities may open. And that's why we need to build unity now. The People's Assembly is about building unity between Green Party members, Labour Party members, left unity. Those are no party in a common enemy. But just finally, have heart, have confidence. Because at the end of the day, what our enemies try to make us do is treat injustice a bit like the weather. You can complain about it raining, but there's nothing you can do about it. But it's not the case. Injustice is made by humans and it can be destroyed by humans. And everything, if we look at our ancestors, those who fought for the right to vote for women, for working people, who built the welfare state, who won public services and rights that now are under attack, they did so against formidable odds, demonised, reviled, imprisoned, spat at in the streets, vindicated by history. And we follow in their tradition. So let's see ourselves as an international movement, standing together as one against the same common problems. Let's give a voice, as we've said, to those who are not given a voice. Let's learn to communicate in a different way and give a voice to unemployed people, working people, young people, those who are old, those who struggle to choose between heating their homes and feeding themselves, denied of basic job security, facing ever-falling living standards. We have to be their voice. That is our role. Let's stand together, let's build this movement internationally, and if we do so, we'll learn from Podemos and we'll finally build a just society within the interests of the people, not those at the top.
So I think we can't talk about the crisis without talking about patriarchy and feminism. We can't talk about the crisis without the disproportionate impact on women and austerity policies. We can't look at the crisis or talk about the crisis without thinking about racism and xenophobia, the condition of immigrants who have worked when times were good, and now we see them returning to their home countries because they're being the first to lose their jobs or the first to be kicked out. We're talking about a situation where we've got bodies washing up on the shores of Europe, where people are being met not by solidarity, but by rubber bullets and by beatings, by our police forces, by our national police forces. We're witnessing now in Spain the criminalization criminalization not only of protest, but of poverty itself and of mental illness. And platforms like No Somos Delito are precisely making the kind of links between repressive policies in the area of protest and criminalization and other forms of social repression. And I think that making those links is very important. We're witnessing a precarious generation of youth who are struggling to maintain some sort of life project under really terrible conditions. They're emigrating, and that's not just happening in Spain, that's also happening in places like Ireland. And we're talking about destructions of communities, we're talking about destruction of the social fabric of our societies. So I think that when we talk about the unity, it's important, but we also need to remember the diversity within that unity. And if we run the risk when we talk about the 90% of maybe glossing some of those groups that are really being affected and impacted in particular ways by this so-called crisis swindle. So the other thing I wanted to say is I think it's not just a question of saying austerity is morally wrong. Austerity is morally wrong. Austerity kills people. But let's not forget that, in fact, many economists and social scientists show that not only is austerity morally wrong, it actually doesn't work. It's the worst way to bring a country out of an economic crisis. There's a book called The Body Economic, written by a scholar who now is at Oxford and somebody else. And what they've done is it's Stuckler and Boston, if you're interested. But they've looked at the health costs, the long-term effects of unemployment, depression, suicide, on societies who have lived through serious economic crises. And what they show is that when governments implement austerity measures, they don't support recovery, they actually slow economic recovery. So even in economic terms, even if we forget about the moral arguments, austerity doesn't work. And I think we need to make that argument a lot more. People aren't hearing that message. We're not hearing alternative empirical data from social scientists about the real cost of austerity. Finally, well, two more last very quick things. One is that protest is a fundamental human right. It's the basis of any democracy that's worthy of calling itself a democracy. And again, I think that we need to remember that as well. And finally, I would just like to make one little point that picks up on a point that I made about participation online in my talk, which is that even looking around today at the relationship between how many men spoke and how many women spoke, I think we really need to take a long, hard look at how we can empower women and create spaces in our politics where women really are fully participating and taking the lead. And when people come along and say, we don't need feminism, give me a break, okay?
Sorry, I'm going to have to stand up and my brain doesn't work when I'm sitting down. This has been an extraordinary meeting, and it shows us really how strong we can be. So many campaigns, so many organisations, so many people engaged in the struggle. If we were able to come together, there's no doubt we could win. In every city, in every town, there are campaigns for homeless people, for disabled people, for peace movements. Every injustice one can think of, there are people who care. And that's our strength, and that's what must bring us together. Just to deal with a really tricky question, because there are so many things we agree on, but we do have to ask the tough questions. And Christian Wolmar spoke and asked, and I can see him at the back, and Christian writes very perceptively about transport, particularly railways, and we've spoken before on a project we did together. And I would say to Christian, he says, should he leave the Labour Party? Well, I'm really sorry, I have to say yes. Because we know the Labour Party will not change, it will not kick the privatised providers out of the health service. It will not change the priorities of big business. If we support the Labour Party, we'll have all this strength that we've talked about. We have all the strength through the trade unions. We have our contributions. We have everything we put into the unions. We see it given to people who will kill us. That's the problem. And there's no use in developing our great popular movement if we then give the political leadership to people who will not follow it through. And that's the problem. And I was very interested when Inigo said, we shall not unite the left. Well, that's really quite a brave thing to say. Because, of course, the thing we all want to hear is, yes, we will unite the left. That's what we all want to hear. But we also know that there are sections who will not unite. There are sections who will say, yes, I'll join the parade, providing I'm carrying the flag at the front. Well, we can't have that anymore. So we have to be in it together, and the door should be open to those who will be united as equals, with no one having to give up their prior position. Finally, I have something I was going to say finally. It's gone out of it. It's a senior moment, you see. It's a critical moment but it's been brilliant to meet the people from Podemos. I did internationally, that's what I was going to say. We have to work at the European level, and I hope out of this that the movements who are in it together make certain that we have mechanisms to stay in touch, mechanisms to develop policies and ideas that we can all unite by on an international level, at a European level. Because we don't want to cease being Europeans. We want to be Europeans, but for a different kind of Europe. And that we have to develop together. So, brilliant to be with you. Good luck. Solidarity. You'll win. Cheers.
What can I say after this? I was trying to make this, at least to answer the questions in English, but there are too many and they are too complicated. Some of them they are very specific and very particular, and they require, like to me at least, a very, I don't know, precise approach. So, sorry for translating. Muy rápido con las que tienen una respuesta más rápida. Sobre la cuestión de Europa. Podemos no se tiene que expandir por Europa. Podemos es una respuesta adaptada a una situación concreta en España y a nuestros migrantes que han sido expulsados de nuestro país. Y líbrenos, iba a decir Dios, pero líbrenos que sea la humanidad de darle lecciones a nadie sobre cómo construir las fuerzas populares para el cambio en su país. Lo que sí que se puede contagiar es el espíritu de que podemos vencer.
So there's a question. Look at the European level. Is Podemos going to expand across Europe? Well, no. What we want to do in Podemos is specifically look at the specific situation in Spain and also the diaspora of Spanish people who've had to leave Spain as economic migrants. We would never presume to think that we have lessons for everybody that other people should implement verbatim. What we can spread abroad is that spirit, this feeling that we can win.
Sobre la cuestión de los sindicatos, para nosotros son tremendamente importantes, pero venimos de un país en el que las nuevas generaciones no tienen posibilidad de sindicalizarse porque están en condiciones de trabajo en las que no han visto un sindicato ni un convenio colectivo, y en los que además los sindicatos tradicionales para mucha gente se han empezado a convertir en una máquina de asegurar derechos que nosotros no vamos a tener y que están marcadamente desacreditados. Eso no significa el descrédito de los sindicatos como tales, sino de los sindicatos realmente existentes que tenemos. Pero son fundamentales las herramientas que defienden a la gente humilde en el territorio y en el lugar de trabajo.
So, what about unions? It's a very important question. In Spain, there's a new generation of workers that really can't have access to unions. This is because they're working under conditions where really it's just not an option. Now, the unions have at some points just been defending specific rights, and in some sense they've been discredited because they haven't been working in the right direction. But what I do think is very important, which can be the role of trade unions, is providing protection for the simple workers, so to speak, for the people on the bottom of the heap.
Sobre la cuestión del derecho al aborto y los derechos reproductivos, somos conscientes de estar frente a una ofensiva que va a golpear por dos lados. Va a golpear por un lado sobre el derecho de las mujeres pobres a decidir sobre su cuerpo, porque las ricas seguirán viviendo a Londres como hace 30 años, pero también quiere, de una forma autoritaria, gobernar los cuerpos de las mujeres, que es una cosa que a los sectores más reaccionarios de nuestra sociedad y les da una especie de pánico que solo se puede pensar en las entrañas. Y ahí nuestra postura es clara. El cuerpo de las mujeres es territorio en el que deben decidir las mujeres.
Well, I think we're going to face a very strong two-pronged attack. On the one hand, there's the economic question, so there'll be poor women that won't be able to gain access, as was mentioned for over 20 years now. Some of the richer people have been able to come to London, for example. And secondly, there's this authoritarian approach that they want to govern women's bodies. And they feel a certain moral panic. Well, we're 100% clear about this. Women's bodies belong to women and they should make the decisions about them.
Una compañera del círculo de enfermeras que teníamos preguntas, una relativa a aquellos círculos en los que está habiendo dificultades con liderazgos no legítimos. Hay 120.000 personas inscritas ahora mismo en Podemos, desde hace menos de un mes. Una avalancha tal y de gente tan diversa y de lugares tan diferentes no se puede producir exenta de contradicciones. Esas contradicciones las vamos a gestionar con un código ético y con una dirección que no permita que quepa todo. En Podemos no cabe todo, en Podemos no caben actitudes racistas, sexistas frente a los derechos humanos, no cabe todo, pero estamos en el momento del desborde, estamos en el momento en el que acude todo y es maravilloso que así sea, aunque eso nos produzca dificultades.
So the nurse who asked a couple of questions there. The first question was about circles that have been subverted by illegitimate leadership. Now we have 120,000 members, and of course these members are working in very different conditions. So you would expect there to be problems in this kind of situation of such rapid growth. Well, what are we doing? We do have an ethical code, and it's not anything goes. We won't accept many things. We won't accept racism. We won't accept abuse of human rights and so on. And these things that we are working with are trying to put the right rules and regulations into place.
Y voy a contestar solo tres cosas porque el resto no me va a dar tiempo, aunque son cosas muy importantes, pero podemos quizá discutir después para no comerme más tiempo. Sobre la cuestión del programa económico, vas a tener buenas sorpresas, positivas sorpresas en el futuro muy próximo, porque hay muchos compañeros y muy buena gente trabajando en eso, gente que ha tenido incluso experiencias de gestión y que está trabajando en eso, pero también hay que ser conscientes de cuál es la imagen que los medios de comunicación quieren dar de nosotros, qué cosas oscurecen y qué cosas visibilizan, pero es un tema en el que estamos trabajando y vamos a tener sorpresas buenas en el futuro.
Then on the question of the economic programme, well, watch this space because you're going to have some nice surprises coming up very soon. We've got a lot of people working on it, we've got people with the right type of management experience, but of course at the same time we're aware of what the media is going to do. They're going to savage us, they're going to try to blacken our image, and they will just focus in on certain aspects that they think are negative. But nonetheless, you've got some good things coming up. Watch this space.
Hay una pregunta mucho más específica sobre la posibilidad de la latinoamericanización política de Europa y el pensamiento de la brillante teórica política Chantal Mouffe, a la que, perdón por el gesto, que es un gesto feo, pero me remitiría a las cosas que he escrito sobre eso porque es una cuestión mucho más larga y no se puede discutir en una intervención así con el puesto que tenemos limitado.
Yes, then there is a specific question about Europe becoming more like Latin America. Well, I think that's very interesting, and there are some people I'd like to quote. Chantal Mouffe. Okay. Chantal Mouffe. Yeah. But I don't really have enough time, but it's a fascinating question.
En dos intervenciones ha salido la cuestión del referéndum de Escocia y cómo afectaría eso a la posición de Podemos sobre Cataluña. En Podemos estamos por la democracia. La democracia significa que la gente decida sus destinos colectivos, sobre las cuestiones territoriales, pero también sobre los recursos naturales, sobre los servicios públicos, sobre la forma de vivir en común. Estamos a favor de eso, somos una fuerza... Perdón. Sí, también. Era para que como estoy con el tiempo en la cabeza...
Well, on the question of Scotland and Rethinking Catalonia, well, what do we want in Podemos? We want democracy, so there should be collective decisions on all subjects like how to manage natural resources, public services, and so on and so on.
Pero el problema, por ejemplo, en España no es un problema catalán, es un problema español. ¿Qué significa eso? Significa que no le podemos seguir dejando que ondee la identidad nacional a quien está robando el país y entregándoselo a Alemania. Y tenemos que construir una identificación según la cual el país somos nosotros y su mayoría social. Basta de dejar que se llamen patriotas quienes tienen cuentas en Suiza. Esa es la nación y el pueblo que tenemos que construir.
So people talk about the Catalonian problem, people say that the question of Catalonia, but really it's a Spanish question, it's about the whole of Spain. So what do I mean there? I think that there are certain leaders in power, and they're just acting in favour of certain interests. And these are the people who are defining what our nation is. I don't think that it's people who have bank accounts in Switzerland who should be deciding that kind of question.
Y la última frase que tengo, en los encuentros entre compañeros tenemos, como decía él, la posibilidad, la tentación de decir cosas que nos gusten, pero también la obligación moral de remarcar las diferencias. Podemos no es cualquier cosa, no es una coalición de grupos de izquierda y, si me apuráis, tampoco es un partido de izquierdas. Es una formación, como decía el 15M, para construir unidad de los de abajo frente a los de arriba, para aglutinar a una inmensa mayoría que no toda se identifica con la metáfora, que es una metáfora, izquierda. Y nuestro discurso no es ese discurso, y no es por eso por lo que hemos conseguido el éxito, sino un discurso, digamos, más en clave nacional popular que apela a toda una ciudadanía que ha sido estafada por las élites políticas y económicas que han secuestrado nuestra democracia. Creo que esa es parte de las razones del éxito, ¿no? Adaptadas a nuestro contexto concreto.
And finally, when we have meetings amongst our fellow activists, sometimes we want to say what we know is going to be popular, what is everyone going to want to hear. But at the same time, we shouldn't sweep our differences under the carpet. What we are all about is fighting for the rights of people who are on the bottom against the ruling elite. And not everybody in this movement would necessarily align themselves with the left. They wouldn't necessarily use those words or that terminology. So our discourse, and the discourse that's been successful, is one where we just call for resistance against this political elite that has such poor leadership.
Bueno, yo voy a intentar responder brevemente a algunas preguntas que quedaron en el aire y obviamente todas son muchas, lo siento porque no va a poder responder a todas.
So I'll just be very quick. I'll answer a few questions, which I think I can answer. I don't think it's, unfortunately, time to say what I'd like to say about everything.
Nos han preguntado que con qué fuerzas se relaciona Podemos en Europa. Yo diría que para nada somos sectarios ni sectarias en esta organización. Nos relacionaremos con quien esté por defender los intereses de los de abajo y de las de abajo, con quien esté por defender los intereses de la gente frente a los intereses de esos pactos de élites de los que hablábamos antes.
So people ask, so who do we relate to, which other forces will we align ourselves with in Europe? And I really wouldn't want to be too sectarian here. What we are all about is protecting those on the bottom against those on the top, against people who are fighting for the interests of a particular political elite.
Si vamos a lo concreto, que también existe obviamente, en el Parlamento Europeo formamos parte de un grupo parlamentario, formamos parte del GUE, que es el Grupo Unitario de la Izquierda Europea. no me voy a poner a enumerar todas las organizaciones porque son más de 19 organizaciones de 14 países diferentes, entre ellas pues, bueno, está Siriza, ya hay un par de compañeros por aquí de Siriza también, el Bloco de Portugal, de Elite, el Front de Gauche, etc. Es decir, un montón de fuerzas con las que formamos parte de un grupo para defender precisamente esos intereses de quienes están abajo.
So I'll be a little specific just to give you some impression. In the European Parliament, we are part of a group, it's the United European Left Group, and I won't list all the members, but more than 19 from around 14 countries, but just a couple of examples, there's Syriza in Greece, there's the Portuguese bloc of the left, also Die Linke in Germany, and Front de Gauche in France. So there are many groups that we do work with, and we just focus on our aim, which is protecting the people on the bottom.
También nos preguntaban de qué manera podríamos implementar cauces democráticos a nivel europeo. Bueno, como decía Íñigo, no tenemos una receta que aplicar en cada país. Cada pueblo tiene que inventar sus herramientas, tiene que crear sus herramientas. Pero obviamente nosotros y nosotras sí que sabemos qué reformas queremos hacer, qué tipo de cauces democráticos queremos llevar a cabo. Entendemos que hace falta, es necesario un control político, que quien está ahí obedeciendo a unos intereses concretos no es solamente porque haya perdido sus ideas o haya abandonado unos principios que tenía cuando llegó. No hay un mecanismo de control político, el sistema político está hecho, preparado para que seamos absorbidos, seamos absorbidas. Debemos generar esos mecanismos. Nosotras nos hemos puesto una serie de limitaciones para no dejarnos arrastrar por esa lógica, como limitar nuestro salario a un tercio de... perdón por el tiempo. Limitar nuestro salario a un tercio, estamos dispuestas a cargos públicos.
People asked about what kind of change we need to have democratic processes in Europe. Well, as Inigo mentioned, we don't have a set formula. We don't have a silver bullet. What I do think is that we all have to invent our own tools that are going to work in our own situations. However, we do have some ideas about what reforms we would like to see. There need to be political checks and balances. And of course there are some people who've been in politics and then their ideologies gone out of the window. And I think the problem is that with the system we have, they're just let off the hook. There's nobody really checking up a third of the salary. And we think that it's very important politicians can then do.
Bueno, para terminar dos cosas, solamente nos han preguntado si guarda relación con las protestas. Mayoritario que entiende que las cosas no pueden seguir así, que las cosas tienen que ser de otra manera y que se debe hacer visto porque estábamos viendo que solamente con la protesta en la calle no conseguíamos desbordar al régimen. Y siempre hablamos cuando nos reunimos con colectivos, por ejemplo, de trabajadores, es no abandonéis vuestra lucha porque sin vuestra lucha estamos solos, estamos solas en el Parlamento. Necesitamos que sigan las movilizaciones en las calles, necesitamos ese pie en la calle.
I'll just end with 2 points. So, firstly, people have asked us where we stand in relation to the protests. Well, I would say that Podemos comes out of these mobilizations of the majority. We need to start up a different type of politics, and we want to be the tool that will enable the majority on the streets to have the majority of political power. And it is only if people are out there on the streets that, and we work with them, that we can make real change. Just being on the streets alone isn't going to overthrow the government. We need to get into the institutions and take control of those institutions. So, for example, at workers' meetings, when we're talking with people, we say to the workers, please, do not stop your struggles. Don't stop getting out there on the streets. We absolutely need your mobilizations. We need to keep our feet on the ground, we need our feet on the streets.
Ya para finalizar, había un comentario sobre si la democracia abierta era un riesgo. Obviamente no hay proyecto libre de riesgos. Si supiéramos un camino que nos llevase a una sociedad absolutamente democrática y perfecta, por decirlo de alguna manera, obviamente lo seguiríamos. No hay un camino sin riesgos, pero los nuevos errores que cometemos tienen que ser nuevos. Tienen que partir de nuevas formas de hacer las cosas. Tenemos que tener el derecho a equivocarnos. ¿Tiene riesgos? Por supuesto que conlleva riesgos, pero una de las cosas que decía nuestro compañero Pablo Iglesias en la campaña cuando íbamos de meeting en distintos puntos del Estado español, decía que presentamos a las primarias abiertas a la gente y vota la gente, cualquiera puede votar. Y entonces decía, bueno, es que si vota la gente puede salir el Pato Lucas. Y él decía, bueno, es que yo entre el Pato Lucas y Rajoy me quedo con el Pato Lucas. Pero el Pato Lucas.
Finally, there was a question about whether this kind of open democracy is a bit risky. Well, I have to say yes. I mean, there is risk involved. If there was some way to get to perfect democracy without problems, well, of course, we would do it. But really, risk is unavoidable. But what I would hope is that we're going to make, if we're making mistakes, we're going to make different mistakes. And I think we have the right to make those mistakes. I was just recalling something that Pablo Iglesias said when we were out on the road going to political meetings around Spain. He said, well look, we're going to put ourselves forward and then everyone's going to go out and vote and they can vote for whoever they want to. You can put Donald Duck on the ticket and then the people have a choice between Mariano Rajoy and Donald Duck. To be honest, I think I'd vote for Donald Duck.
Muchas gracias por estar aquí, muchas gracias por vuestras dudas, porque las dudas también son luces que nos ayudan a encontrar mejor el camino. Os animamos y os transmitimos toda nuestra ilusión por este pensamiento de que realmente podemos cambiar las cosas si la gente hace la política. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you so much also for your questions. The questions are so useful in lighting our way forward. And I would really like to encourage you. I hope that we can share our hope and our strong belief that we can indeed change things and that this is possible if the people are at the heart of politics. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everybody for lasting so long. I know it's been a long meeting. It just shows that, Podemos last, and I just want to also say, if you're not part of the circle here in London, leave your details maybe with someone in the black shirt, or go into the Facebook group, sign up so you can follow what's happening. And for everybody who's here today, everyone who's listening to us at home, we'll see you in the circle, but we'll also see you on the streets. Yeah, fighting on the streets here in London, in Manchester, in Madrid, everywhere.
Sorry guys, just to let you know that if you want to have a formal chat with some of us or members of organizations that would like to start talking about how to build our fixed platform, which is very much needed. We are meeting in the front of the park, in the front of this, the entrance of this building, there's a park.